My leg hurts so bad. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Bros. And hoes. And non-binary bros. Pals. Whatever. I don't know. Fuck. Oh, my leg. So, hold on. Hold on. What is that sound? Who's digging? Oh, that lady's digging. Whatever. I don't need digging. Get here. I've already done enough work. I don't need more. Oh. Good lord. Hold on. Let me let everyone know my stream is up. Oh, hold on. I am in so much pain. So, as I'm getting this set up, as you may have guessed, today's been a bit of a disaster, seeing as we are starting only an hour and a half after I originally intended to start, and then after I was like, oh, I'll push it back an hour, another 30-minute delay. The ultimate Husbando Waifu Warhammer tier list. No, this. Whoa, okay, that was interesting. I didn't know that was a hotkey. Hold on. I wanted to start as soon as I could get my stupid ass into a seat. Oh, I can't remember how this. Whatever, that's fine. Just do that. So, yes, I'm fine. I got up later than I wanted to, because my brain has a problem where, like, if I get woken up before I want to be awake, or, like, before I plan to be awake, then it's kind of like I start from zero. So, instead of it being like, oh, I've had 4 hours of sleep, so I only need another 4 or 5 hours. My brain's like, nope, that wasn't 8 or 9 hours. Start over. And it's caused me a lot of problems in life. But anyway, so that happened a few times today, where I got woken up by random things, like Sadie wanting to go do something, or like wanting to go outside, or so I'd wake up and let her out and go back to sleep. Or any other number of things. And so I finally got up, took a shower, did all that stuff. Hold on, I'm here, I'm alive. And, so, then, I was like, okay, that's fine. I can get up and take a shower, and I'm running a little late, but that's okay. I just need a 30-minute delay. And then it was like, oh, but I gotta do something with Sadie. Like Sadie is practically bouncing off the walls because she's bored and she wants to do something. And so it's like, okay, you know what? I'll take Sadie for a walk, and that's fine. That's fine. I can be ready at 7, so we'll only be an hour late. That'll work fine. That'll work fine. So then I take Sadie on a walk. And already, my leg has been slowly but surely giving me grief. Because I have been too stupid. There's no other excuse. I have literally just been so fucking stupid that I have been stubbornly refusing to do the one thing I know I need to do before I do a lot of walking, which is stretch. So I didn't stretch. And I take Sadie on a walk. Things are going fine. We're getting through it. And even though my legs kind of starting to hurt, I'm like, it's fine. I'll just power through. Endurance is like one of the only things I've got going for me. It's fine. Whatever. We get to the forest. There's a giant interconnected forest that surrounds where I live, where there's like pockets of neighborhoods in it and around it. And it's not like a giant forest. Like, you can't get lost in it. It's not that big. It's large enough that you can easily walk for a long time by following certain trails and stuff and not see any houses or anything, but it's impossible to get lost in it. So, you know, it's not like the great forests of the Northeast or Europe or anything like that. But anyway, we get to the edge of the forest. Obviously, there are critters in the forest. This is normally not a problem. That's fine. I like seeing small critters and stuff and cool whatever. But I've got Sadie with me. And there's a bunny rabbit. Fine. I'm strong. Sadie is a very strong, powerful dog, but I can hold her back. I'm stronger than I look. I got a big belly. I got good weight. So I'm holding on to the leash, and Sadie goes, and I brace for it. I brace for Sadie, her full weight, because she's like an 85-pound dog that's just pure muscle. Because I take good care of her. I take better care of her than I take care of myself. And I make sure she only eats, like, good, healthy food and gets lots of exercise and all those things I don't do. And Sadie gets to the edge of... the leash. And I am sitting there, holding the leash. I brace. There's nothing. She's just... There's no pull. There's no nothing. And I hear that horrible sound of metal snapping. And I'm sitting there holding a leash that has gone limp, and the dog is into the forest. I see Sadie leap about 4 feet into the air to jump over this big thorny wall of vines. And she is on this rabbit's ass. It's like, fuck. And that's when I realized that when I clipped her leash on, I did not clip it on the thick metal ring on her collar. No, I accidentally clipped it on, where is it? This part. I don't know if y'all are going to be able to see that. The little dinky metal ring that her tags are on. So of course, it immediately just gives up and dies when Sadie throws her weight against it, and she is on this epic adventure, leaping over the creek and charging after this rabbit, and it's just like... So, of course, I am having to yell at her while, because my leg is already hurting, limping after her, just being like, no, come back. So that added some time to an already long walk. And it's been a day. Now, the good news is she was actually really good. Like, she chased the rabbit to her heart's content, and I wasn't really running after her. I was swiftly limping after her. But once she got to the point where she had cornered the rabbit under a tree, she kind of realized, like, oh, I can't get this guy. He's gone. And of course, she gets out of like her predator mindset, and I could tell she's looking around like, wait a minute, where's my guy? Like, where am I? I'm like, come here, and so she comes running. She has to like wander her way out behind this giant wall of like thorns and dead trees and all this stuff, especially because we just had a big storm, so a lot of trees got like picked up and thrown on the ground and a bunch of other stuff. She eventually makes it back over, and I just tell her to sit, and she was a very good girl, and she just waited for me, so I was able to limp my way over there like a 65-year-old man and get her back on the leash. But that added like a good, I don't know how much time to it. There it is. Glasses are all gross. Let me clean them off real fast. Alright, so anyway, I made lots of poor decisions today because sleep is addicting and I'm mentally ill and those don't go together well. But hopefully you're all having an okay day today. I do apologize there was no Lorebeards this past Wednesday. Andy unfortunately got a cold that I think Lindsay accidentally picked up while she was visiting London for work or something. And then, it's that classic thing of your family member comes home sick, so you're trying to take care of them, and they get better only for you to get sick. So, if I don't know if Andy will be feeling better tomorrow or not, but we rescheduled the Wednesday stream for tomorrow. So, God's willing, tomorrow night, we'll be doing the Lorebeard stream of Make an Everchosen. So we're going to be building one of the unknown Everchosens from scratch. Because there are a couple we do know about. Like, we know about Morcar the Uniter. We know little teeny tiny bits about Vandal, who was the second Everchosen. We know enough about Azavar Kul, the 12th Everchosen. And we also know a bit about, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the 11th Everchosen, who was in Mordheim, but he got kind of sniped by Be'lakor, so he didn't actually get going very well. Honestly, I would consider it very debatable that he's even an Everchosen, because I don't think he gets the crown of domination, so I feel like calling him an Everchosen isn't actually accurate. But, it is what it is. Also, I've ordered a pizza, so I've got my dinner on the way, because I literally just got home. And ran up here and started the stream. So, and, because I was hoping to have leftovers, but someone else in my house beat me to them. It's my fault for not calling dibs. I should have. Cardoon, yeah, I think Cardoon was his name. I don't personally count him as an Everchosen. I think the old lore very specifically calls him an Everchosen, but I don't think he should be called one. Because he never got the crown of domination, and I think if you don't get crowned with the crown of domination, I don't think you're allowed to be Everchosen. But anyway, welcome to the stream. Today is, of course, a very special stream. I would like everyone, if you would be so kind, and we'll do this again at the end, to give Hawk Oddly, our wonderful head mod, a big round of applause. Because he put in a lot of work and also had to edit it a couple of times to make us this. So this is all of the characters that are going to be on today's tier list stream. It is a lot. It's something like, I know Hawk's in chat, but it's something like 200 and something characters that we are going to be slapping onto the tier list. So there are a lot of people to get through. 207. So we have 207 characters that we're going to be rating on the tier list. And worry not, I am going to be putting the link for this all over various places after the stream, so y'all can make your own. And there are some characters on here that are interesting additions. So we have a lot to get through today, and we are going to be ranking them, of course, from S through D. This is going to be a very stupid stream. It is going to be a fun stream. Do not take this too seriously. If you do, you have problems, please go see a therapist. I'm not taking responsibility for your mental illness, just like you should take responsibilities for my mental illness. But in any event, we're going to be doing this today. But before we do it, very briefly, I would like to say welcome. Hope you're all well.
Like Lord is cheered. X100. Is this a bribery stream or do we need Andy here to make it off the cow? Kappa.
You can't bribe me in this stream unless you try and happen to be victorious enough. But I think you will fail. That's usually for Andy stuff. These are going to be my opinions. So this should be a really, really good time. Hopefully we'll have fun with it. The last couple things I'll say is that, first of all, how are y'all? How is everyone? We're not in a rush. I don't mind if the stream goes super late tonight, because I don't have anything planned for tomorrow morning. I wish I had like a good idea
Sorry to
for.
disrupt, but can you lower the background music?
Yes.
The high-pitched noise is a bit distracting.
Yeah. Oh, the birds. Okay. How about we try? Let's do this. I just want like. Here we go. Let's try this actually. I just want like chill background music that we can just have. Let me know if that's better. Sorry. Those bird calls are probably kind of shrill. Let me know if that's better. So yeah, this should be a really good time. Obviously I will have to walk away for a moment when my food gets here. But I'm gonna eat it up here with y'all. For a 7-hour stream? God, I hope not. So, let me get caught up on Super Chats and Jazz. But yeah, hopefully you're all doing really, really well. Need 80s romantic music? That would get us in trouble. There we go. Let's see. Let me get all caught up here. James, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. There's no message though. James Lonely? Is that your name or is that like a title? But you know, maybe this stream can make you help you feel a little less lonely as we get into the finer, deep discussion topics of all of the waifus and husbandos we wish we could have, but surely don't. Drake Claw, first super big fan. Oh, thank you so much. I was wondering if there's some AOS content coming to the channel. Yeah, okay. So yes. There is something I've been sitting on that I want to do really soon, but let me kind of let y'all know what's going on as far as like stuff. So I just finished a video that's ready. Well, it's not ready to release because there's actually a small part I need to edit out of it, but that'll hopefully get done over the next day or two. That I am trying to add a couple of new types of series, quote unquote, to the channel. So one of those is going to be that I'm going to start slowly but surely reviewing all of the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay books. But before I review those, there are two of the books that have some, in my opinion, pretty severe issues that I really want to try and politely pressure Cubicle 7 to fix before the books get physically published. Or at least get fixed for like a later edition of those physical books. So the first one, which is about the Dwarf Player's Handbook, is pretty much done, other than there's a small part I need to edit out of it because I sent it to someone I trust who's very familiar with the Wolfrip space even more than I am, to make sure that everything I said was decent. And there was one part where they were like, no, you just kind of sound like a petty bitch in this part. And I was like, I went back and listened to it and was like, yeah. So we're going to do that. And I do actually want to talk for a minute about Queek. Which is that, so the big thing with Queek is I am currently looking for a rentable sound studio near me, because when I listen to my own like videos and audio and stuff, I don't currently like how my setup sounds, and I'm redoing this office, which is taking me forever, but I'm gonna be moving a lot of stuff around, and I don't think that I can record Queek in here to the level that I am wanting it to be. I don't think it's going to sound like what I want it to be. So I'm looking for a rentable sound booth studio around me, though that's proving to be annoyingly difficult because virtually all of them are meant for like podcasts. So they're like large rooms with like lots of chairs and yada yada yada, and I literally just want a sound booth that has like air conditioning. that's all I want, and that's proving to be really really annoying. But once I have that, it's kind of go time. So that's gonna be. I don't want to give any dates because that has never worked out well for me in the future, but or in the past. So I'm not gonna give any dates, but once I find a space that's both affordable and has the sound quality that I want, that I can record stuff there, and you know, go from there. Then yeah, we got things coming up. But Age of Sigmar is stuff that I do want to start covering on the channel. I really really like AOS, and I would really like to also maybe have a Wednesday episode of Lorebeards at some point where Andy and I talk about it, and I give a bit of a guide to certain topics, because I think there are elements that Andy would find really interesting, particularly ideas going on with the elves, elves with an A, and things like the ogres and a bunch of other stuff. So anywho, that's a lot of the stuff that's going on right now. Other than that, like I said, Lorebeards hopefully tomorrow night, but I know Andy wasn't feeling well enough to run Lawhammer yesterday, and if Andy's not feeling well enough to run Lawhammer, then he's not feeling well. So I would very tentative Lorebeards tomorrow, but don't be shocked if we have to cancel it because Andy's not feeling well. And if Andy's feeling better which is tomorrow, because today's Friday. So tomorrow we have a Lorebeards tomorrow, which is Saturday, and then we also have a Lorebeards Sunday morning like usual, which is Hell Pit, but those are tentative at the moment, because they might get canceled due to Andy not feeling well. That being said, there was something I was going to announce on Wednesday, and I'm going to go ahead and announce it now. Because I wanted to announce it with Andy, but I don't want to wait until it's like right on us. So I'm going to go ahead and announce it, which is that on March the 16th, which is a little over a week from Sunday, there's going to be a very special episode of Lorebeards. A very special episode of Lorebeards, where Andy and I are going to be joined by a special guest, and this time the special guest is Alfred Nunez, also known as Mad Alfred. Mad Alfred, or Alfred Nunez, has been a massive contributor to a lot of Warhammer Fantasy over many years, and most importantly has been a figure of some import in recent times, because Games Workshop accidentally used his fan-produced maps to create modern Estalia and Talea, and then it caused a whole kerfluffle. So we're going to be having him on the show. That's not the only thing he's known for. He's known for many other things as well. He has had a very dramatic impact on the Warhammer Fantasy setting, and rather amusingly is one of the only people who has sent me some very funny opinions about a couple things regarding both the fact that he's, of course, older than Andy Law. But I'll put it this way. To give you the sense of the humor of the man we're dealing with, the thing that he sent me that really cracked me up was I said something. I had an email correspondence with him about coming on the show. And we had a discussion. I was like, oh, we'd love to have you on. You had such a dramatic impact, yada, yada, yada. And he said something along the lines of, when just talking about the Warhammer fantasy universe, he said something along the lines of, I was actually really happy when the end times happened, because with the world blown up, Games Workshop essentially couldn't fuck it up any more than they already had. Which is very funny. So, that is the first time I've ever heard that kind of take on the end times, where, oh, this is a good thing because now the setting is like locked in place. But he's written for a lot of the lore dating back to like first edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay and a bunch of other stuff. He's been around for a long time, which is probably why he has that opinion. But having him on the show, I think, is going to be a really, really good time. Should be super duper fun. So look forward to that. That's going to be on March 16th at the usual time, which is 10 a.m. CST or 4 p.m. BST. It'll be on my channel, I believe, unless something crazy happens. But we'll see how it goes. So, should be a really good time. To get to the remaining super chats, Nasser Sixer, but Sotek, I'm not on the list? Well, of course I'm not on the list. It only goes up to S. Actually, that's not true. I'm on this list twice, I think, technically. I haven't looked at the full thing, but like in my brief once over, I think I've seen myself twice in 2 different forms. So technically I am on the list, but I may need to add a new higher tier because I know my worth. Thank you very much. Quebec Prime. So we are in for a 7-hour stream. I hope not, but we'll see what happens. Inquisitor Thomas, Luther Harkin, S tier. The man has tons and tons of booty. You're not technically wrong, but we'll see what happens. James Lonely, thank you for another 20. Why not both? Oof. I feel like if your actual name was Lonely, I feel like that is such a difficult that's such a difficult self-fulfilling prophecy to escape, isn't it? Alright, looks like pizza guy's on the way. Great. So why don't we start this after food has arrived? I think that sounds like a good idea. Why don't we just kind of chill out for a little bit until my food gets here, so we don't kind of get interrupted in the middle of it. So we kind of have a minute to just sort of chat amongst ourselves. A couple of interesting things that I'll actually pick y'all's brain about. How did y'all feel about the 6.1 patch? So mostly like the updates to Kislev, the new units for Cathay and Ogre Kingdoms, and also the Kairos Fateweaver rework.
WFRP party to Tilla/Talia, so that's pretty convenient for me.
Lizard Chris, oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that would work great. How many dates does it take to load Luther Harkin? Yeah, I feel like Luther Harkin would kind of be the Warhammer Fantasy version of 100 First Dates, or 50 First Dates, or whatever that movie is, where you have to like, it's basically a brand new first date every time his personality switches. You like Kislev, you're loving Zinch. The new art style, dude, that stuff was so funny. The new art style was pretty fantastic. Oh, also, fun fact, just to show y'all that I'm still in, right? Like I still have some ability. I sent a message to Creative Assembly yesterday before I went to bed after the stream with Aurelia Temperance last night, and I was like, hey guys, like something is really wrong with the way people buy the game and stuff, because Like she's like bought the stuff and all this stuff isn't working. And CA was like, we got you. And they sent me a magical code that I gave her, and it fixed all the problems. That being said, they're still investigating the problem because they, like me, realize that that's a pretty serious problem. So they're still trying to figure out what exactly went wrong. But the good news is, the next time we stream with Aurelia, which will hopefully be soon, we will be properly doing the Greasus Goldtooth and Imrek campaign that we wanted to do, but couldn't because the game was bugged. That has been fixed, so we will be doing the proper stream the next time. What factors are you considering for the tier list? You'll find out. It depends on a lot of factors. For me, I'm going to be discussing the way I perceive the character, what are their strengths versus what are their weaknesses, and then I'm going to calculate those different things into a overall application that will provide us with an effective ranking, which is probably a way fancier sounding form of me basically saying vibes, influenced by lore. 2+ tough themed guest stream one day. I think we could have 2+ tough on at some point. Well, if you want to come on. I don't. It's best not to assume. And yes, you may have noticed that the tier list does have men and women. I feel very secure about myself, so I will be ranking all fairly and with great wisdom. Also, if y'all have any random questions, now's a pretty good time to get those out of the way.
Yotam9 cheered. X100. Marius Lightdorf better be S tier. Dating him is like dating a new person every day.
I don't... Marius Lightdorf is manic. Like, Marius Lightdorf is more like bipolar, whereas Luther Harkin is more of like the genuine, lots of different personalities. I wouldn't say that Lightdorf has like a ton of different personality aspects where he like completely forgets who he is and like all that stuff. Like Marius Lightdorf is insane, but he's aware. So I wouldn't say that concept would necessarily apply to him. Greetings from Australia. Well, greetings back to you from Texas. I hope you're doing well in Australia. Last I heard, y'all are dealing with a pretty nasty typhoon. Or some kind of big coastal thing. Big storm thing. Kislev looks like a great change that was needed. I agree. I'm actually quite pleased with the Kislev changes. When I did my little video series on like recommended changes, I was trying as hard as I could to salvage as much as possible. I am so happy Creative Assembly just came in and like took the old Kislev system behind and old Yellered it. Because that was the right choice. It may have been hard because a lot of effort went into those systems, but it was the right call. It's a Cyclone. Okay, Cyclone Alfred. Now, I hope y'all are staying safe. I hear it's being quite slow and annoying. Greetings from Portugal. Well, greetings to you as well from Texas. Portugal seems like a cool place. I'd like to visit someday. It's kind of one of those places that gets completely forgotten. As far as like trying to like have interesting representation from certain places. For Warhammer Fantasy, Portugal just did not make it. Poor guys. Maybe it will one day, but not currently. Crumb Gruzler. I feel like you used to have a different name and then also had to adjust due to reasons. Do I think gnomes will ever be an army or a playable race in the roleplay game? Oh, Crumguz. I almost, well, whatever. Mr. Gruzler, gnomes are already in the roleplay game. You can play a gnome right now. The gnomes, the rules for playing gnome characters is in Rough Days and Hard Nights, which is an excellent excellent book. It's super duper good, and it has all the rules for playing a gnome. Gnomes are really, really, really fun. And do I think they'll ever have an army? Right now, I would say probably no. But never say never. But the gnomes, they're such a niche race. Like they're very small and focused. There's not a ton of them. I think it would be much more likely to see them show up as a type of Dogs of War thing, or maybe as being a faction that joins up with another faction. Like they show up as like a specialist unit, kind of like how Famir might show up in the Beastman book, or like how Dragon Ogres show up in the Warriors of Chaos book. Are Dragon Ogres in the Warriors of Chaos book right now, or are they in the Beastman book? I forget. They move around. Kurishima, you said Chaos is on the defense sometimes in AOS. Does that mean Chaos gets invaded? I mean, Chaos took... Well, you have to remember, Chaos took over most of the 7 Mortal Realms. So of the Mortal Realms, of the 8 of them, the big ones, 7 of them were deeply, deeply suffering from Chaos invasion after the Age of Chaos, which was basically Chaos being on an unstoppable rampage for about 400 years. And then the Age of Sigmar breaks. And the Age of Sigmar literally represents the various other forces of the world have been plotting and scheming and building up their own strength, and they strike back. And Chaos starts kind of getting the shit kicked out of it in several places. Now, like, Chaos overall is not losing. Chaos is still extremely powerful, but Chaos gets pushed back hard across almost all of the 7 realms. Because Azir, Chaos hasn't been able to get into Azir yet. So there's a lot going on with where Chaos is being forced back, where Chaos is managing to hold the line, but a lot of Chaos owns so much territory that they're kind of trapped on the defense because there's not enough. They're being attacked from like every direction all at once, which is great and awesome and is cool. So it's kind of like a flip of the Warhammer Fantasy world, where the Warhammer Fantasy world, Chaos was trapped mostly in the north and south and was constantly having to strike into the like towards the equator. Age of Sigmar kind of flips that on its head, where Chaos owns the vast majority of kind of the universe, but that means that they can be attacked from literally any direction at any time. So they're often on the defense. Not always. Like the end of 3rd edition, which was the edition that just ended, which was the Dawnbringer Crusade storyline. The Dawnbringer Crusade storyline ends with Chaos on the offensive. And Chaos destroys 2 really important cities. Which was actually pretty staggering. Because Chaos has not actually blown up a major city for quite a while in AOS. And they destroyed the Phoenicium, which was a big fucking deal. So yeah, why can't Chaos get into the Azir? Not Azur, Azir. So A-Z-Y-R, which is the realm of heavens. So the realm of Azir. The reason they can't get into it is because Sigmar sealed the gates. So when Chaos was invading around the worlds, that was where Sigmar was. And Sigmar basically said, you know, everyone flee here. And when Chaos started getting close, he shattered the gates that connected Azir to the other realms. So he cut them off. Because it's not like crossing a physical space. It's like going from one planet to another planet through a teleportation system. And Sigmar basically severs the teleportation system. So nobody could go either way. And so Chaos spent 400 years rampaging around the other realms and also trying to figure out how they could get to Azir. Whereas Sigmar already had figured out a way that he could go from Azir to the other realms. Which is the whole Stormcast Eternal business. And eventually, those gateways got reconnected. So now they're back open. So now the armies of Azir can invade outwards. But it also means, should Chaos have a strong enough victory, Chaos could go to Azir, which is like one of the spooky things. Silent Emperor, once you finish Endwalker, we need you to do a Final Fantasy Waifu Husbando tier list. That could be fun. I'm really feeling the urge to get back to FF. I mean, I think for the time we took a break, we took it at a good time. You know, right at the end of Heavensward, the main story for Heavensward. But I'm really feeling the itch to get back. Greetings from Point Nemo. I have no idea where is that. Let's see. Point Nemo. Somehow, I think you are not there. Because that seems like a place where people are not. Unless you're a fishman, in which case, welcome. You're quite the celebrity around here if you're a fishman. Hugh, I'm glad to hear you had a good birthday. That's wonderful. It's important, guys, when you have birthdays, make sure to take care of yourselves. If in the unfair, but sometimes potential event that you don't have someone else to do it for you, it's important to celebrate you being here and every successful rotation you make on this weird little rock of ours, because you deserve to be happy, and I'm glad you're here. And you should always take time to spoil and celebrate yourself and the fact that you are here. Because you're one of a kind, baby. Unless you're Kabanda. If you're Kabanda, you fucking deserve to die. You're a piece of shit. I hate you. Every day that you're on this earth is a waste of oxygen and die in a fire. Hello? Okay, thank you. Alright, my food's here. I'll be right back. Hold down the fort, chat. I'll be right back. Ugh. Alrighty. I'm gonna grab my pills real quick because I gotta take those. What are you doing, say girl? Alright. We got plenty of water. I've got my insane amount of pills, most of which are just little vitamin things, but so I try to give my body a fighting chance. Also, unless you're Melkor, because you hate that guy the most. What? You hate Melkor, but Melkor's so interesting. I couldn't hate Melkor. Without Melkor, the world would be boring. Like, yeah, sure, he's an absolute evil bastard and whatever, but like, you know, they make the world go round. Malarian and Shadow Elves win? Great question. Pretty sure the next faction coming out for Age of Sigmar is Chaos Dwarfs. Bilefoot, Alariel in both settings on this list? No, only, this is Warhammer Fantasy only. No AOS. That being said, I will go ahead and tell you, Age of Sigmar Alariel would be an S for me. I mean, come on, dude. Literally the goddess of life, and like, have you seen her? Like, alright. Took my fish oil. Took my men's daily vitamin. Taking my fucking fiber. Because when you see the recommended amount of fiber you're supposed to have in a day, I'm like, yeah, I don't do that. Daily allergy pill and probiotic. You should take probiotics, whether you take it in yogurt form or pill form, because having good gut health is good for your mental health. I know my anxiety and depression got a lot better once I started having probiotics. And then, last but certainly not least, the most important pill of all, my anti-anxiety drug, which if I don't take, I get really sick, which is the really sucky thing about those pills. It always makes me really worried about what's going on out in the world. Of that, if shit ever hits, if the zombie apocalypse ever happens, I know I'm gonna die, very fast, because they're not gonna refill my prescription, and I'm gonna get brain zapped, and I'm just gonna die. Ain't no surviving for me, baby. If the apocalypse happens, I'm out round 1. Do you take vitamins before you eat? No, I had a little something earlier. I just hadn't taken my pills yet. Aleph Lux, you know what? On that note, I spent my birthday running a Wolfrip campaign, largely because of you, Sotek, so thanks for that. Oh, well, that's super awesome. I hope it went well. Pizza looks bomb. It is. Very good. Sotek wants her to... Listen, I am not... Do I... Okay, you know what? How about this? How about we do this? How unhinged do y'all want today's stream to be? Like on a scale from, like, oh, let's just rate these people and have little fun things, to like, I want to know far too much uncomfortably personal information about Sotek's choices and preferences. It's a broad spectrum. Like, that's it's a dangerous road. I love the people that are like, please God, just 6 out of 10, please God. Because usually I'm streaming with other people a lot of the time nowadays, and I'm like, okay, I need to keep it okay. Like, I need to not terrify my fellow streamers. Sign of the Emperor, thank you for the super chat. That gift commission of Dalkarius is coming along well. Hopefully it'll land just in time for the next Final Fantasy 14 stream. It can be revealed to everyone at once. Oh, that would be super cool. I would love that. I would love that so much. James Lonely, let's get in uncomfortable. Y'all don't realize the deep abyss that you are dancing on the edge of. Y'all need to rein it in. Excessively unhinged, how bangable is Scrope compared to other Skaven? Don't worry, I'll say some depraved shit this stream. Alright. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, gals, it's guys, gals, and non-binary pals. That's what it is. I love that opening. That's a fun opening. Or the other one is ladies and gentlemen and non-binary specimens. That one also is very catchy. But that one also feels almost a little weird. I don't know how I feel about calling someone a specimen. But it's time. Move chat to the other side. That's a good idea. Come here, chat. Whee! There you go. Let's begin. I'm gonna be eating during this. Hopefully y'all are cool with that. I still have nightmares, legitimately. I still feel the most bad about, there was a stream, this must have been like 5 or 6 years ago, if not longer, where I had some food, and I was trying to stream and chat about something at the same time, and some person in the chat was like, I cannot believe how disgusting this man is eating while his mic is on. Like, what is wrong with him? And I was like, that didn't hurt my feelings. That didn't make me feel inconsiderate and like I was a bad person. That totally hasn't haunted me for many, many years as a streamer. But also, my mic's further away, so hopefully you should be able to hear me chewing, hopefully. All right. First up, we have Balthazar Gelt. So, the Supreme Patriarch of the Colleges of Magic, modern day, and the Patriarch of the College of Metal. There are some pretty good upsides to Balthazar Gelt. First of all, the man is literally a golden god. He's made out of gold. Like, he's got gold on his vocal cords. He is a meme lord. His speech about welcoming to Astalia literally catapulted Astalia from being a know-nothing place that very little people care about to being a fan-favorite nation, even though we know nothing about it. However, there are some downsides to Balthazar Gelt. He is pretty distant. The lore of metal has affected him both emotionally and mentally. He's kind of distant. He has a very kind of pragmatic, scientific look towards the world. And he also messes around with some pretty dangerous shit. You know, he kind of messes with illicit substances. And that can make him, you know, I don't know if I want that in my household. I don't know if I want someone who is so experimental with alchemical and dangerous substances that he might blow the house up. I'm a homebody. I like spending a lot of time at home. And I do realize that for a lot of people, wearing a mask is like an S-tier fetish. Now, I admit, there are times that I've seen certain masks on characters, and I'm like, I get it. Like, I can appreciate it. But I think it's too much, right? Like, you can't see his eyes. He hides so much of his body. The man is fully clothed all the time because he's embarrassed about what he's become. And by embarrassed, I mean he knows if anyone figured out he was a mutant, they would probably execute him. So, he hides a lot. That being said, he is also incredibly, fabulously wealthy. But I have zero doubt that this man would abandon me at the drop of a hat if he thought for some reason it would help with some other scheme of his. Like, he would not hesitate for a moment to sacrifice a partner in order to further his own ambitions. And I don't fuck with that, right? Like, I don't think he's enough of a freak to justify the fact that loyalty is definitely, like, not his thing. So, that being said, if I were with him, if he was my husband, I would probably never have to worry about money or anything like that ever again. And I also wouldn't have to worry about healthcare because he's an alchemist, so he could probably make all of my drugs in-house. So there are pluses and negatives. So for me, I'm going to put him right smack in B tier. Like, I think the comforts and the things that he would offer are good enough that I could live a life of relative peace, especially if I didn't know the end times was coming down the chute. But I could do better. So, next we have Boris Todbringer. First of all, the man's got the looks. Like, that mustache, the eye patch, incredible. The helmet, sexy. Electric Count of Middenheim, or Midland, both. He's got power, he's got authority, but here's the problem. Boris Todbringer has a major flaw, right? He has Sotek as a sugar baby. Listen, okay. First of all, you say that like it's a bad thing. I just don't want to have to deal with unnecessary stresses in life. I think that's completely reasonable, right? Second of all, if I could just be a house husband that, like, takes care of, like, cooking food, making sure the house stays okay, raising kids, and, like, I don't have, and, like, do YouTube shit, which doesn't require me to leave the house anyway, to bring in some extra income on the side, I'm set. Like, if you think I'm not looking for a wife in real life that would, like, be the breadwinner, then you don't know me at all. I am more than happy to just be a house husband. But anyway, here's the problem with Boris Todbringer, though, right? Great man, but he has two big flaws. The first is that Toddy is a bit of a sore loser. He lost the election to Karl Franz, and he was a little bitchy about it. Like, I feel like Boris is the kind of guy that, like, if you beat him on, like, board game night, or like, you beat him at trivia night or something, like, he would take it too personally. Like, he would not be able to let that shit go. Like, he would get upset if you ever beat him at anything. Like, you're playing Smash Bros or whatever, while you're trying to smash your bros, and he would get, like, and he loses, he'd get tilted, right? And, like, on one hand, it's really fucking funny when someone gets tilted. But I don't want to try and go to bed with someone that's going to be tilted. No. I don't, like, that needs to be, like, when I leave the friend hangout, that's something that, like, stays there. But that doesn't make him a bad person. That's a bit of a personality quirk. Here's the real problem. The real problem with Boris is that no matter how good you are, no matter how much you love him, how much you try and be his number one person, you are never his number one person. Because even if you're in the middle of, like, the best backshots that Slaanesh could conceive with Boris Todbringer, regardless of who's doing it, he's not thinking about you. He's thinking about Kazrak. All he's thinking about is how much he fucking hates Kazrak One-Eye. Like, until those two have such an unhealthy, unhinged layer of passion, it's hate, but nonetheless, it's passionate hate for one another, you will always be second to that. And for me, that's pretty damning. That's pretty damning. Like, Midnheim's cool, but, like, for like, you know, plus he murdered his first wife. Now, granted, he found out she was a Slaanesh cultist and was likely trying to do something bad to him, and so he ended up killing his wife, which is a little bit of a... but, you know, you're always going to be second. You're always going to be second to Kazrak. So, for me, I'm putting him C tier. Because even a lot of the securities that he offers are not, I think... Can I add another tier, by the way? I want an F tier. Is there a way to do that? Add a row below. There we go. Because we're going to need it. So I'm not gonna worry with an E tier because nobody uses an E tier. Let's be real. So yeah, I would say Boris is C tier. Like, he's got some positives, and I think you could have, like, a decent life, but ultimately at the end of the day, I would always be worried about Kazrak, right? Actually, would I make him D tier for that? I think I would, actually. Yeah, I think I'm going to put Boris in D tier. Because I have an F tier now. I'm going to put him D tier. Because at the end of the day, all of the best things that he offers to the relationship, like the security of being, like, essentially royalty in Middenheim, or Midland, like, the wealth and the security that comes from that, like, a lot of the positives, all of those things kind of rely on Boris being alive. And Boris is so obsessed with Kazrak that he will inevitably throw away his life in the end to take out Kazrak, regardless of where that would leave you. So, like, I don't think he's the worst possible, but I don't think he'd be a good partner. So I'm saying D tier. All right. Wow, y'all are being very funny in chat, by the way. Some of y'all are saying some flat out unhinged shit. If someone from YouTube actually watches this video, it's gonna get demonetized, I swear to God. Alright, Bruno the Bounty Hunter. Bruno the Bounty Hunter from the Brunner series is an absolute goat. Like, he's got a lot of really personal trauma, but he's rocking a pretty good fit. And his trauma is really justified, where he comes from a noble Bretonnian family line that essentially got murdered and kind of replaced, but he gets his revenge in the end, right? And so you've got somebody with royal blood, but ultimately doesn't want to be a noble. He's a bit more of a baddie that's always on the move. Always, constantly running around. And he's a bounty hunter, so his life is constantly being on the move. So, like, I would say when it comes to, like, would he be someone that would be fun to be with? Yeah, definitely. You get to explore a lot, travel the world a lot, but he doesn't offer much security. He has some pretty nasty, like, enemies, and Bruner unfortunately has Saturday morning cartoon vibes sometimes, where even though he does his absolute damnedest to kill his enemies, they survive anyway. Like the Tomb King that he fights that fucking hates him gets away. The Bandit King, who turns out to be like a really horrifying dark elf, gets away. It's a whole lot of stuff. Like Bruner, I think you could have like an amazing short-term relationship or like one night stand with Bruner, but like a long-term commitment, like an actual husbando waifu situation, Bruner's gonna be a bit of a struggle. But I do think that he'd be like a faithful and good partner. He has a really strong moral compass, and I think he'd do his best to take care of you. But he would either be that you would have a home and you wouldn't see him very often because he's constantly going off on like adventures and work and jobs and stuff, or B, you're traveling with him and so you're like constantly in danger. Both of which are a little not for me. They're not my personal taste. So I think because of that, I'm gonna put him in D tier. You know what? I'm gonna rename the tiers. I'm gonna make them instead of just having letters. Is ride or die the right phrase? Where it's like you're with someone until like you bite it. Like you're ride or die, right? That's what that means, right? That's like okay, cool. So we got ride or die. We've got fulfilling marriage. We've got overall good, but worrying. Stable, but unfulfilling. One night stand. Best case. Never. Just never. Alright, those are our actual tiers. So I think these make better sense. So these are our actual tiers. Alright, I'm gonna eat some more food real quick. I don't want my food to get too cold. C should be couple caveats. There you go. That's a good way to put it. Did I read your super chat? Boris and Kazakh, enemies to ever win. Wow. I'm sure that fanfic's out there. I'm not going to read it to you, but I would be willing to bet a lot of money it's out there. I don't see anything from you, Hammond. On YouTube or Twitch. I don't think it went through. You didn't include Kabanda? Aw, Kabanda should have been on his own tier. Alright, Elspeth von Draken. So, Elspeth von Draken, the Magisterics of Nuln, the Pale Lady, the Spectre of Death, the Guardian of Nuln. She has a tower full of magical artifacts. She's a little bit addicted to magical artifacts. I think, like, she has her own dragon, which is pretty cool. You know, I think that she could definitely give you, like, the most horrifying, insane night of your life, but it would stick with you in, like, a good way. But she has, like, a tower, so you have, like, a secure location. She has a lot of power in Nuln, which is a really nice, advanced city. But she's not, like, in the just the shit of Nuln politics, so you avoid a lot of the bad stuff. For me, I would say fulfilling marriage. I think Elspeth would be a good fulfilling partner. She's gonna outlive you, like, for sure. The only reason I would not put her ride or die is that I don't think I could ultimately trust her. I think, like, she would treat you well, but you, I think, in her mind, would be an expendable resource that she could use in order to deal with a certain issue. I mean, she literally turned Theodore Bruckner into a suicide bomber to deal with Tarmakon, which, to be fair, dealing with Tarmakon was kind of a must. Like, she did a reasonable thing, even though it was kind of fucked up. And the nice thing about Death Wizards, right? So the nice thing about Death Wizards, chat, is that traditionally Death Wizards are sterile. So, like, you know, this is like pure, like, breed no pregnant zone, which is good. Like, that's a pretty big S. That being said, I couldn't trust her. Like, I couldn't truly trust her. You know, her Carmine Dragon is not her steed because, like, she built a relationship with it. It's because she literally dominates it with through her mastery of death magic. And at the end of the day, like, while I think for a lot of people she would be a very reasonable S tier, I personally don't value that in a partner. Speaking of that, couldn't she have just warned Bruckner about Tarmakon instead of murking him? Not if she didn't trust Bruckner to win and didn't trust Bruckner to do the right thing. She wanted Tarmakon to try and take over Bruckner's body, and she didn't want to warn him because his anxiety or fear of death may have compelled him to do something stupid. So she did what she thought was best. Yeah, so, like, if you like women that have more than likely absolutely no or very little body hair because of the death magic, and also probably don't have kids or can't have kids, then you definitely want to, Elspeth is probably for you. But just know that, like, if you've ever seen that meme of, like, the guy laying in a ritual circle with, like, a witch or, like, a lady with, like, a dagger above him, and it's like me and my witch girlfriend and whatever the hell she's doing, that's you, right? Like, that's gonna be you. But for me personally, I think it could be fulfilling, but I would always be, like, a little wary. I think it would be better than with Gelt, but I think I'd be a little wary. Alright. Emanuel von Leibwitz. So Emanuel von Leibwitz is the Countess of Nuln. She is said to be one of the most beautiful women in the entirety of the Empire. And she is insanely wealthy, is always at the forefront of fashion, but she is a very, very politically powerful individual. She deals with a lot of intrigue, a lot of manipulation, a lot of scheming, but she will take care of you. However, you are going to be a trophy partner. Like, ain't no way. Ain't no way you're ever going to be anything more than a trophy partner. Like, because her goal is ultimately to become emperor, and if you get in the way of that, like, God help you. Emmanuel von Leibowitz, like, she's so gorgeous. Like, she literally, I think, has, like, the attractive trait. I think she has, like, attractive 17 or something like that. Like, it'd be a good time. It'd be a real good time. But you'd also be expected to go to, like, a lot of parties and stuff. You would need to be social. Like, granted, unless you could convince her that maybe, like, you're her escape, right? So maybe you're, like, the husband or wife that she comes home to after a long day doing all that stuff, and you're the secret that she keeps where she can, like, just kind of be herself and relax and stuff. I could see that being very appealing. But in that case, your relationship would have to be super secretive, both for your safety and to make sure that, like, people couldn't, like, manipulate it and stuff. Now, I think that would be a difficult proposition. So I'm going to work with what I think she'd be more likely to do, which is that you would have to go with her to everything. Like, you would be going out constantly, which I don't really want to do that. I think that I would definitely want to sleep with her. Like, that's an easy thing. But, like, marry? It'd be kind of tiring. I'm not really, like, a constantly go to parties kind person. And I think she would expect a lot of things of me that aren't really for, like, my personality and stuff. So I think I would put her in low C tier. Like, I would. But I don't think there's gonna have to, like, there's gonna have to be some, like, boundaries set down and some conversations need to be had, like, mature adults, etc., etc. It wouldn't just be like a natural click. Vulgar Amoeba Muncha says, Elspeth von Drecken is B tier because she's got an amazing dress and decorating style, and I guess she's kind of... Vulgar! Sorry, Bogler. You have a very interesting statement there. Because I feel like, I don't know if you intended this, but the way you worded that, it comes off very much that, oh man, she's got, like, that goth mommy style down, and her decorating is S tier, and then, like, everyone, I feel like the way you worded that, you would say that and stop, and everyone would look at you like, okay, and then you go, oh, I guess she's hot too. Like, I feel like you're actually attracted to the fit and nothing else. Oh, Felix Jaeger. Oh, Sign of the Emperor, real quick. Thank you for the super chat. Because I'm pathological about this kind of thing, can you tell me where Malinus' book fits in the chronology of Gotrek and Felix and AOS? After Soul Slayer, obviously, but before or after Blight Slayer? Oh, I don't know. I haven't read it yet. I haven't read Malinus' solo book yet, so unfortunately I can't answer that yet, Scion. I would guess it would be before Blight Slayer. I would guess, but I haven't read it yet. Felix. So Felix is one of the great romantics of the Warhammer Fantasy world. He's a very noble guy that does his best and is constantly being kowtowed around with Gotrek. Now, granted, there is a problem with Felix, which is that if you're with Felix, you are kind of with Gotrek, and you are the romantic character, so you're gonna die. Like, you're gonna die. The only character that ever escaped death by Felix, like, listen, like, there are a lot of different concepts in the world about, like, not just an STD, but almost like a spiritual narrative STD, where if you fuck this person, there are consequences, right? And Felix is one of those people. If you have sex with Felix, you are flipping a dangerous coin. Now, there are different ways that coin flip can land. You might get captured and tortured, killed and eaten by Skaven. You might turn into a vampire. You might be killed by a rampaging little horde of goblin wolf riders. You might be the daughter of a horrifying chaos lord of Khorne and go on to marry him after also being heavily traumatized by being attacked by Heinrich Himmler and Krell. There are a lot of different ways this can land. You might become so important to the meta narrative that you'll survive until the end of the world and be really, really badass. Or you might just die to be a sad romantic plot. So where would I put Felix? Fucking S tier. It's fucking Felix, baby. I'm in. It's gonna be a glorious adventure, and I'm gonna ride that shit out like a glorious flaming chariot. And I might die, but I'm gonna die making the world a better place and being in a massive story plot point. And most importantly, I may get to do something really cool, like turn into a vampire or some other like kind of crazy, powerful, insane thing. And then there's this tragic will they, won't they that haunts both of us for the rest of their lives. I'm in. It's dramatic. Super in. Great stuff. Great stuff. Franz Loner. So Franz Loner is the owner of the Red Moon Inn, but he, in truth, was also once a critical member and maybe leader of the Grudgebringers mercenary band, and he owns a really cool magical blade, and was also the spy master for either Emperor Karl Franz or Karl Franz's father. But he has... I am not a theater kid. How fucking dare you? You take that back, Greenie, sir. I was a band nerd. How dare you? How dare you, sir? I may like drama, but don't get it twisted. I do have a sense of shame, all right? Theater kids do not have a sense of shame. I do. I like, when I say things that are like cringe or fucked up, there's a part of me that's like, ugh, about it. Like, theater kids don't have that. They are truly broken. I at least have like something deep down that still wants to be presentable, all right? Franz Loner gets in a lot of trouble. He also has a lot of enemies, but he also is like the biggest gossip in the entirety of Warhammer Fantasy. Like, there is very few characters that know more people than Franz Loner does, and very few, even fewer, that know as much dirt about everyone than Franz Loner does. So he's pretty good. You know, he owns like a nice establishment. He takes care of himself. He has a lot of really cool friends. He's often on the right side of history. And man, the tea he could spill every day would be incredible. So I think I would put him in the overall worrying but good. Or overall good but worrying tier. So essentially B tier. I would trust him a good bit, though I would be worried that he either has secrets about me. But he's pretty awesome. He also has a glorious mustache. All right. Dr. Hertwig van Hal. So, Hertwig's interesting. He's one of the Marcus Wolfhard characters, but he originates from some other stuff as well. He is a descendant of the Van Hal line, So he's a descendant of the great necromancer Van Hal. And like many of that family, he bears some pretty deep-seated shame about what his ancestor was. Being like one of the most powerful, horrifying necromancers to ever arrive in the Empire, much less be raised up in the Empire. And Von Hal has a lot of like personal baggage and trauma because of that. Also, his first wife, or his girlfriend, I think she was his wife, was murdered by a vampire. And he kind of dedicated the rest of his life to hunting that vampire down. Though, depending on your actions with Wolfheart, he either kind of goes the full vengeance route and becomes like one of the best witch hunters there is, or he kind of turns over a new page and instead focuses his life on being like a doctor and a healer like his wife wanted. He has a really good storyline. He does have a lot of baggage to do with his family line. And he also has a bit of an obsession with vampires, but he is a very skilled physician, which is nice. Like, I would like having someone in my family that is a skilled doctor. And he's kind of the closest thing the Warhammer world has to, like, the traditional Van Helsing. Where he has the name, and he kind of has the relationship with vampires that's very similar. So I think the answer would be wood, even though he has, like, some darker days. He probably has some bad nightmares and stuff. I think I would probably put him in the couple caveats. I think there's, like, some good stuff there, but, you know, it would be work. It would be work. Emperor Karl Franz. Oh boy, the big man himself. Karl Franz goes through a lot. He is a very tragic figure that is super awesome, and I adore him. He is like the absolute most badass, but it comes with a lot of responsibilities. And his ultimate, like, dedication is to the Empire and nothing else. Man goes through a lot. He's poisoned for a long time. He's been betrayed by a lot of people. He's a good-looking guy. He is a good-looking guy. He's amazing at giving speeches. Where would I put Karl Franz? I mean, you do get to have Deathclaw as a family pet, which is that's a pretty big boost. He's a deeply flawed man, but his flaws are very human. It's not like he's got, like, some crazy fucked up stuff about him. It's that he's literally just a man put into an impossible position. And he has to do some things that are not necessarily great in order to maintain status quos or all this other kind of stuff. I think for me, Karl Franz would be high B tier. Mostly for Deathclaw, I'm not gonna lie. But, like, Karl Franz had a lot of good stuff to him. Plus, like, he'd let you hold Gal Moraz every once in a while. But there are a lot of downsides. All right, next up, Kurt Helborg. Excuse me. The Reichsmarshal of the Empire. Said to be one of the greatest duelists in the entirety of the Empire, and a skilled general. He also has the Laurels of Victory, which is a gift from the colleges of the College of Shadow. They're the Grey College, that makes him appear more large and intimidating than he actually is. Which, insert joke here. But Kurt Helborg's pretty awesome. I mean, he is the leader of the Reichsguard. Like, he's high up enough that you could get to enjoy a lot of things. about like high society life and living well without necessarily being entangled in like the worst parts, like if you were the partner of the fucking emperor. He does have his flaws, and he's older, but you know, that also means he's more experienced, so there is that. He's a respectable man. He does some kind of fucked up decision making in the end times, but I'm not going to hold the end times against any characters because the writing was just bad. Honestly, I think I would, and plus his mustache is like one of the best. Like he has one of the best mustaches in Warhammer Fantasy. I think I would actually probably put Kurt Helborg like a nice, strong A tier. I mean, being the Reichsmarshal means you need to know what the fuck you're about. And he may have got tricked by a Slaanesh cult that one time, but he, you know, he fixed it in the end. So yeah, I'd do A tier. Oh, this is sorted by, like, faction, it looks like. Okay. Well, that's good. Pancreas about to manifest? Listen. Pancreas is entitled to his objectively wrong decisions just because he's blinded by the fact that, you know, he thinks that Galmaraz is not just the name of the Emperor's hammer, but the name of the Emperor's hammer. That's a him problem, not a me problem. Ludwig Schwarzhelm. Oh boy. So, Ludwig Schwarzhelm is the standard bearer. He's the judicial champion of Karl Franz. Represents him in, like, martial affairs. And is also, like, so loyal to Karl Franz that it's bonkers. Like, he's practically part of Karl Franz's family. And has known Karl Franz since he was, like, a boy. He does have an incredible mustache and beard. Like, amazing. And him holding up that banner is genuinely, like, hot damn. Like, nice. The banner stays out, right? The banner stays out. Also said to be one of the best duelists in the Empire. Him and Kurt Helborg are, like, neck and neck and often compete against one another. But I think he's a little overly dedicated to Karl Franz compared to, like, Kurt Helborg. Like, I think Kurt Helborg, although he is extremely loyal to Karl Franz, I don't think I would consider him fanatically loyal to Karl Franz, whereas Ludwig Schwarzhelm is. So I just don't think he could ever put you above his love for Franz as a sort of almost surrogate son. So I think I would put him in a couple of caveats. Because that mustache and beard is just too good. And the banner, man. I mean, have you seen his mini? The banner. Oh. Luther Huss. Well, he's bald. That's not great. I am very fond of hair. It gives you something to, like, to pull on. And without it, like, what are you supposed to do? It's like trying to get out of, like, a slippery bathtub. No, thank you. Plus, Luther Huss literally spends a lot of his life illegally running around murdering cultists, which is pretty based, don't get me wrong. Especially people that are, like, using the Church of Sigmar to hide and, like, do terrible things to people. He's running around beating them to death with his hammer, which is pretty cool. But yeah, not for me, I think. I think I would probably put him low D tier. Low D tier. His faith in Sigmar, you know, seeing his eyes go blaze with righteous fury, would be interesting. But yeah, no, I don't know. Magnus the Pious. I'm gonna be honest. I hate his hairstyle. I don't like the top knot. I don't like the bald head with the random ponytail coming out of your scalp like it's somebody plugged it into you. But everything else about him is like fantastic. Like Magnus the Pious is one of the greatest men the Empire has ever produced. So I think I would put him right at the very top of A tier, but I can't put him in S tier because his hairstyling is just I'm just not with it. I just can't fuck with it. I can't fuck with it. Not for me, yo. Not for me. If he had long, luscious locks, we could have a discussion. But other than that, the man's literally approved by all the gods. Like, Triton came out and bowed to him. A great white stag representing Tal emerged from the forest of Talabheim and acknowledged him. He walked through the flame of Middenheim. What more do you need? Marius Lightdorf. Honestly, hear me out. Marius Lightdorf is incredible. One of the greatest duelists, is so skilled with his rune fang that he wields his rune fang in one hand and a duelist dagger in the other and is like incredible. But he is fucking insane. He is absolutely fucking mad. Like, he is beyond insane. He is so bipolar. He has incredible manic episodes, extreme depressive episodes. He's known to have an incredibly sharp wit. So, not only is he crazy, but he knows how to hurt you using that tongue. Like, he's skilled with it, but you're not gonna like where it goes. And it's not his fault. Like, his brain is literally broken. By the machinations and schemes of others. And most importantly, he'll never love you. He loves Daisy. His horse Daisy, who is one of his greatest advisors, and he may or may not have tried to marry, depending on who you ask. So if you're a horse, he's probably S tier. But if you're not a horse, and I am not a horse, D tier. Like, I think that one night, if you got him in a good mood, would be pretty incredible, and you could brag about it for the rest of your life. But you get out of there, and you get the fuck out of there. That man's dangerous. He's genuinely dangerous. Marcus Kruber. S tier. Not even a question. Easy S. Easy S. Marcus Kruber is literally the heart of the Uberstrike 5. Incredibly skilled warrior. Has a really strong moral compass. Is so kick-ass that even though he's only Bretonnian by the very, very, very tiniest of margins because of his bloodline, the Lady of the Lake was like, yeah, this guy fucks. And, you know, I think the Lady of the Lake often is a pretty good judge character. Mark Struber, easy S. Easy S. Man knows how to play min ball. He's traveled to a lot of really interesting places in the world. And, yeah, he's a survivor. Absolute S tier. Marcus Wolfhart. Wolfhart's tricky. So he's the Hunts Marshal of the Empire. He's like their greatest huntsman. And is responsible for the Huntsman Corps. Really, really good at killing monsters. Incredibly skilled archer with the Amber Bow. He has a lot of trauma. This man basically is a survivor of the anime Attack on Titan. And has all of the, like, super bad trauma you would expect from someone who actually lived through that. He does have really cool clothes, but he's not, like, the most affluent or wealthy individual. You probably wouldn't live in the best circumstances, and he's a guy that loves his work more than he would love any person. So he'll probably be away often. I think he would be a good partner. but you know, there'd be stuff going on. I'd probably put him right around there in C tier. What was the Warhammer equivalent of Attack on Titan? His village was attacked by, I think it was the Drakbald Fiend. I think it was. But it was like a Cygor or a Gorgon or something. But he lived in a village, and this big beastman monster attacks and kills and devours pretty much all of his family and a lot of his village. So then he goes on a revenge quest, and he hunts down this big monster, and he eventually kills it. And killing it was almost kind of like his biggest audition, and what got him noticed and brought before Karl Franz, where Karl Franz was like, "Yep, you're a Hunts Marshal now." Krim Galto, where would you rank on this? In the absolute fucking basement, the boiler room of hell, right next to the radiator, like absolute bottom, at the darkest, deepest pits of hell, next to Kabanda. You and Kabanda would share a room. Yeah. Sienna Fueganesis. Sienna's really got that Gilf energy, which isn't really my necessary preference. But the biggest thing is her addiction to Akshi is genuinely terrifying. Sienna, it's not a matter of if she's going to burn you alive, it's when. Eventually, it is going to happen. But some people might be into that. Personally, I would rather not be burned to death. That being said, I do think that she could give like a pretty phenomenal one-night stand, so I'd probably put her up here next to like Brunner. But like, magic addicts, you don't fuck with that. You don't want to fuck with magic addicts. That stuff is nasty. Sigmar Heldenhammer. Oh man, the big ass dude. I mean, Sigmar is such a wife guy that, like, his wife being killed literally fucked him up so bad that he refused to ever remarry. Because he never loved anyone as much as her. But if you could get in on that, I mean, he also is a little bit of a genocidal maniac. He did genocide, like, a good number of people. That, like, didn't agree with him. No, wife guy, not white guy. I don't think he would be ride or die for me, but I do think I would have him just below Magnus the Pious. Because I think that he would be, like, a super faithful companion. Like, a super faithful partner. And he's, like, one of the best fucking everythings. And he even becomes a god. But he does a couple of pretty fucked up things. So, you know, there's a little, like, in there. But I'd probably put him, like, pretty high up on A tier. Theodor Bruckner. So Theodor Bruckner is the judicial champion of Emanuel von Leibowitz. He's a giant of a man. Said to be part Norskin. And he rides a really unique big bad demigriff called... oh my god, I can't remember what his demigriff is called. Ooh. I don't remember what his demigriff is called all of a sudden. It'll come back to me in a minute. He has a pretty cool fit. He has like a really kick-ass suit of armor that looks absolutely incredible on him, and a man in uniform. You know, I get it. A person in uniform, I should say. Because men and women can look really good in uniforms. Reaper, that's right. Yeah, Reaper. Yeah. That being said, he's not really like, he does have a pretty impressive beard and mustache. Those are pretty nice. And who knows, maybe if like you give him a knight that's so good that it sends him on like a transcendental adventure, maybe his amulet will blow up and you both go off and like go out in a moment of pure ecstasy. That'd be kind of funny. I think he'd be decent. You you know, I don't think he's like so fanatically loyal to anyone that you'd have to worry about him preferring them over you. I'd probably put him below Loner. I mean, imagine going out for a romantic night ride with your hubby on his pet demigriff. That's like even more massive than other demigriffs. That'd be pretty cool. I'd try it, you know. Excuse me. Man knows how to handle a sword. Which is, you know, good. Thyrus Gorman. Oh, good lord. So, Thyrus Gorman is the patriarch of the Bright College and was the prior supreme patriarch before Balthazar Gelt. Before he fought Gelt in a magical duel that's hosted once every 8 years, where the supreme patriarch can be challenged. And he was defeated. Incredibly powerful Bright Wizard. He looks super badass. He has a healthier relationship with Akshi than Sienna does. And I mean, considering that Gelt beats him, he actually takes it pretty well in stride. He takes it a lot better than a lot of other people in the Bright College do, where he acknowledges Gelt, even though he never really figured out how Gelt beat him. Because, funny enough, by rights, he beat Gelt. Like, he genuinely got Gelt to a stalemate. He just didn't know that Gelt was mutated. If Gelt didn't have his mutation, then Gorman would have forced him into a stalemate, which means Gorman would have won. But Gelt cheated because he's a mutant. But Gorman doesn't know that. I think he'd actually be a pretty good partner. Honestly, I think I'd probably put Gorman up in Fulfilling Marriage, A tier. Like, you know, you would have to be a little careful about his passions ruling him, because that's the danger with Akshi, is that it heightens all of your passions. But that could be a really good thing sometimes. Honestly, probably the worst thing about Gorman would be that since he's a patriarch, he has to go to the colleges often. And also he's a Bright Wizard, which means that when you're trying to sleep in bed, he would probably be way too hot. Like, I hate being hot in bed. Like, I always have a fan blowing on me. So actually, just because of that, he goes down to the bottom of A tier. But I'll keep him in A tier. Victor Saltspire. I'm gonna be honest, Saltspire is fucking nuts. He's a witch hunter, but unlike Dr. Hertwig von Hal, who has some redeeming qualities, Victor's only redeeming quality is that he fanatically hates the right people. I wouldn't put him in the never category, but I would put him down with Marius Liedorf. Like, yeah, I don't. Saltspire would be kind of terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. That man is deranged. And last but not least, for the Empire, we have Volkmar the Grim. Volkmar's pretty awesome. He has a glorious mustache, but once again, bald. He does have some really cool artifacts, like the Jade Griffin and everything, and plus you could go for wagon rides on the goddamn, the Volkswagen, which is pretty fucking awesome. but he is really, really obsessed with defeating chaos, but I also would be obsessed with defeating chaos, to be fair. I think I would probably put Volkmar in overall good but worrying. Like, you know, there would be nights where he just wouldn't come home because he would be too busy, like, studying how to defeat chaos. And he would ultimately be very obsessed with that, and you would be secondary to it. Barden! So, I love Barden. He's awesome. He has the most hilarious songs. He's very compassionate and a great guy. But he tends to run away from his problems, which is why I would not be able to put him in Ride or Die. And also, he eats animals, which in all of the stories we've heard about him, the only thing we've heard is him eating like ponies and horses and stuff. But I would be really worried that he might try to eat my dogs or other pets. So like, I couldn't put him at the absolute top. I'd have to put him in A, because I'd always have to keep an eye on him to make absolutely sure he doesn't try to eat our pets. Belagar Ironhammer. I think Belagar would be really good for like a really angry one-night stand, but I wouldn't do anything more than that. His obsession with Carrick 8 Peaks is extremely unhealthy. And he is so ruled by his idea of, like, his level of pride is extreme, even by dwarf standards. He makes some really bad emotional decisions. And I would foresee myself arguing with him a lot. So I think, like, you could have one really like crazy day. Plus, I don't want to live in Carrick 8 Peaks. I'm not fucking around with Carrick 8 Peaks. No, sir. No, thank you. He's got the ghost in the cuck chair. Oh, good God. Not before the ancestors! Oh my God. I'm having like this horrible mental image of like dwarfs like in the heat of it, and them being like, well, by my ancestors and our traditions, we only use these positions. Only an Umgak would try and use these other positions. That's not tradition. That's not honored by our ancestors. Like, experimenting in bed outside of the Engineers Guild is what gets you in trouble among the dwarven clans. It'll get your ass exiled. You can't be too experimental. Garagrim Iron Fist. I really don't like Garagrim's design. I'm gonna be honest. I think he looks super cool. I think he looks fantastic, badass. But like, you know, I don't fuck with it, so to speak. He also dies really young, which is really tragic. And his life's goal is to die to try and redeem his father, which is super duper duper noble, but not a good quality in a partner. So I think he's kind of at the absolute bottom barrel of D tier. Like, I get it, like, you know, Slayers, you know, I kind of get it, but I would like his literal mission in life is to die. Which, no, absolutely not. Gotrek Gurnison. Gotrek is undeniably, without a shadow of a doubt, belongs in the absolute Never. Absolutely never.
Consumer cheered. X100. How many characters are there? Is this 24-hour stream?
There's 207 characters, and no, it shouldn't take that long. It might take a while, but it won't take that long. Gotrek is never. Absolutely never. Gotrek is so broken. He's so fucked up. And anything Gotrek loves dies. Anything he loves will die. He is super tragic. I would love to have a drink with him. I would love to chat with him. I would never with Gotrek. Never. You could not fix Gotrek. It's not possible. It's not possible. Never. Never in a million years. It's just bad waiting to happen. He's not even a good Slayer. He's the worst Slayer there is. The man can't even die. Plus, Gotrek is like an absolute insane alcoholic. And he burns through money really fast. And he literally just wanders around getting himself in the most horrible situations possible. No, absolutely not. Never. Grim Berlickson. Grim Berlickson is pretty awesome. So he is one of the most genius modern engineers. He's the son of Burlock Damnenson. And he's pretty fantastic, has a brilliant mind, and as a very accomplished dwarf engineer who isn't afraid to experiment, so he would actually be like an exciting dwarf to be around, who's willing to try new things and experience new things in life. Also is incredibly gifted at creating technological marvels, which could be used to create all sorts of fun tools and experiences and things. Honestly, I mean, he's pretty fucking goated. He even has like a super strong like steam gauntlet hand, and is like inventing new kinds of guns and stuff. I'd probably put Grim Berlickson at the bottom of Ride or Die. Like, he's like one of the few dwarf characters that, mostly due to his age, doesn't have any super negative traits. Like, he hasn't been super fucked up by some terrible experience. Now, more than likely, inevitably, there's going to be a point where one of his invention blows up, but it hasn't happened yet, so I'm not going to hold it against him. Toys, you mean? I didn't say it, you said it. Grombrindal? Oh man, that's a pretty serious age gap. But Grombrindal, I mean, Grombrindal is a spirit of vengeance. I don't really think he's capable of anything else. I think you could probably have one good night with Grombrindal, but Grombrindal's saga is to always be on the move, and you meet him, you have an experience with him, and then he vanishes into the night, and you never see him again. Until like the day you die or something. Like, he's a spirit of vengeance. I don't think he's really truly capable of much outside of that. So I would put him as not much better than a Slayer. Yorick Grimm. So Yorick Grimm is a banished, or essentially an exiled engineer from the Engineers Guild, who wanders down to Lustria and does some crazy kind of shenanigans. I mean, he's all right. He's not nearly as cool or accomplished as Grim Berlickson, and he has a more troubling relationship with the Engineers Guild. So he's okay, though he's kind of got like a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. So I'd probably put him in like a couple caveats. Josef Bugman. Bugman is very, very haunted and has a super tragic relationship and is ultimately completely obsessed with getting revenge on greenskins no matter what. I think he'd be one of the better dwarf one-night stand type situations, especially because you'd actually get to try like Bugman's brew, which is supposed to be like a borderline transcendental experience, but I don't think he's someone you'd want to be with for a long time. Unless you yourself are an alcoholic, in which case, go all in, champ. But for me personally, as someone that doesn't drink, I think I'd be a one and done. One and done. Cazador Dragonslayer, the king of Karak Azul. Never. Never. Cazador is one of the most bleak, depressed, black rage dwarfs on the face of the earth. His hold is literally known as the joyless hold, where there is no laughter and there is not but like solemn reflection at best, because he is so bitter and full of hate for what happened to his son, and the rest of his clan's dwarfs. Cazador is, I would not touch that with the 10-foot pole. Dude's a badass. He's undeniably a badass, but I would not. I would absolutely not. Malachi Makaisen. I think Makaisen would actually be a pretty fun good time. He's got a fun exotic accent, which is always a pretty big plus. Makes some pretty wild war machines, though I'd be a little worried about them like potentially killing me. But you'd get to venture the world in interesting ways. He has a pretty stable teaching job in a couple of places. I would probably put him reasonably high up in probably like mid B tier. Mostly because I'd be really worried that one day he'd make some kind of gift for you and it would end up being like a bomb in disguise, an unintentional bomb in disguise. Thoric Ironbrow. I mean, if he pounds his partners like he does that Anvil of Doom, I mean, goddamn. Thoric, he has a lot of obsessive tendencies, and he's a little bit hard boomer categorized. But overall, I think would be nothing but like a most faithful partner. But you know, he'd kind of be like the husband that spends almost all of his waking hours working in a little shack outside, working on like his hobbies and stuff, and not really coming in that much, but would overall be faithful and treat you okay. I'd probably put him pretty much near the top of C tier. He's a little boomer coded for my liking. Thorgrim Grudgebearer. Thorgrim, I would shoot pretty high up. I don't know where I would put him exactly on this list. I'd probably put him down here. I would put Thorgrim in low A tier. Like, Thorgrim will never do you wrong. If anybody slights you, he's gonna write that shit down and he will get revenge. Like, he will fulfill vengeance against anyone who ever talks shit about you ever. And he'll have your back, no matter what. Plus, you get carried around on the pimp throne, the throne of power, along with him, which is pretty goated. That being said, he's gonna be probably a little over-obsessive about grudges, and maybe is probably going to take things a little too seriously when you would rather he just let it go, which can be a little... and he's always gonna be trying to, like, strike grudges out. So, I don't think he'd be perfect, but I think he'd be good. Tom Phillipson. I mean, Tom Phillipson he's alright. He's basically just a Total War character that actually represents, like, a dev. But he's basically a dwarf engineer that works in Kazakarak. So, he's alright. I don't think there's anything particularly that noteworthy or special about him. So, I'd probably just put him bottom of D tier. I wouldn't put him F tier, but I don't think there's anything particularly stand out about him. Ungrim Iron Fist, the Slayer King. I would put him below Garagrim. Another man obsessed with dying, but he's also got like the trauma of also trying to fulfill the Oath of Kingship, which are conflicting oaths. So that is a whole lot of trauma and a whole lot of downsides and just bad that you got to deal with all the time, constantly. Yeah, no, thank you. Alright, we're done with the dwarves. On to the greenskins. Azhag the Slaughterer. Wyvern rides in the night sky. Pretty cool. Everything else, not as much. There is something kind of funny about potentially putting Nagash in the cuck tier, because Nagash would just be in the Crown of Sorcery, either vehemently disagreeing with Azhag's choices in your relationship, or just not wanting to be in the relationship at all and wondering why the hell we're out on an ice cream date instead of invading the Hekara. Which that is kind of funny. But he is like one of, if not the absolute most insane greenskin characters. Um. Hmm. I think I would probably put Azhag as pretty similar to Marius Leitdorf. Like, it would be a novel experience, but like, dating Azhag for the long term would not I don't think that would be good. I don't think that'd be good. Gorbad Ironclaw. Gorbad is one of the goats of the Greenskins. He's one of the most intelligent. He's very, very, very clever. And is good at getting shit done. He's good at analyzing people's strengths and weaknesses and taking advantage of them or pushing them to be their best. So I think as a Gorbad could make for like a super supportive partner. Plus, while Narla is really flatulent, I mean, Narla is basically just like having an over aggressive and large pug, if that's anything to evaluate off of. So like, you know, you'd have some cool pets, and I think in a lot of ways he tried to bring out the best parts of you, but I'd probably put him as reasonably high up in overall good but worrying. I think there are a lot of positive traits that he could bring to the table, but you know, being an orc, that there are some aspects of that are difficult to cover. Gorfang Rockgut, ride or die, not even a question, not even the slightest question. Gorfang Rockgut, the one-eyed squatter king of Black Crag. He's one of the only greenskins that has a stable fortress and a stable kingdom. Plus, he's extremely wealthy. Unlike most greenskins, he understands the concept of having an economy and gold and would be able to get you any of the things that you want, because he would just make that something that he extorts from people trying to travel through his territory. Plus, he's the troll eater, so like, no matter how good or bad you are at cooking, he's always going to be appreciative of what you make, because the man can literally eat and digest trolls and has a good time with it. Plus, like, he's just kind of looking for like a nice chill life. Like, Gorfang is someone that understands having a solid base, putting down roots, which is rare for greenskins. That's extremely rare for greenskins, who are always trying to go around wawing all the time. Gorfang gets it. He gets it. He's just the best. So, absolute S tier for Gorfang Rockgut. Grimgor Ironhide. No. Never. Absolutely never. Grimgor is literally the personification of, like, abusive husband. Like, he is rage. He's just angry all the time. If he doesn't get in a fight every single day, like, he just gets more and more and more upset. Like, Grimgor would be the petty bitch in the relationship that would start arguments just to entertain himself. Because if he doesn't, he literally loses his mind. So, like, he's going to be constantly looking for any opportunity to get in an argument or a fight with you. And he enjoys the fight. But he's not, like, the bratty kind of fighting. So it's not like you could do brat taming, which brat taming is, like, one of the best things ever. But he's, like, just an asshole. So, yeah, no. At bottom of F tier. Like, absolute F tier. I would not. I'm not fucking with that. Just like your wife. Oh, geez, please go see a therapist and get out of that relationship. Grom the Paunch. The fat lad Grom himself. I mean, there's a lot to admire about Grom the Paunch, but I kind of feel like that you would be always haunted by fucking, Niblet. His lucky Gobbo. Like, I feel like getting away from Niblet would be nearly impossible. So you would always just have this little tiny night goblin just watching you constantly, endlessly. Though his gut is very impressive and very admirable. I also feel like that he would have a really suppressed elf fetish that he would not admit to. But his chariot is pretty fucking cool. I think... And, like, I actually think he would be, like, a fairly good cuddle partner, because that belly of his looks like it would be shockingly comfortable. I think, like, he doesn't have any necessarily, like, horrible qualities, other than he's just, like, kind of a big fat dude. but most of that is due to like what the troll meat did to him, as opposed to any other quirk of his personality. I'm honestly more concerned about Niblet than I am about Grom. I'd probably put him as very low C tier. I think very low C tier. Oglok the Horrible. Oglok the Horrible is just kind of like a big jerk greenskin who's known for being horrible, and has a pretty strong relationship with boars, and really enjoys being like a boar boss. Boars are kind of, and by kind of, I mean extremely fucking terrifying, because they will eat literally anything, and I trust them about as far as I can throw them, which isn't anywhere because they're extremely heavy. Lucky banner over the bed. There you go. The lucky banner. I would probably put Oglok the Horrible like around Cazador in Never tier. I don't think there's anything particularly redeeming about him. And the man's just out there like out in the pig pens constantly. Ratnik Spiderclaw. So Ratnik Spiderclaw being like a big nasty representation of the spider god, and yeah, I don't really think I want the insect tag, even though they're not insects, they're arachnids, but I don't really want that in my life super bad. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not inviting spiders into my life. Skarsnik. Oh boy, Skarsnik. Skarsnik is an incredibly intelligent, educated greenskin that genuinely has a craving for knowledge and wanting to know things. Owns a really nice amount of pretty intense territory in Carrick 8 Peaks, which says a lot. However, living in Carrick 8 Peaks itself is a bit of a meh for me. I think I would actually put Skarsnik probably right around Thorgrim.
Mornington Crescent.
Because Gobla is cute.
X100.
Gobla is the best.
You get to cuddle Gobbler. S tier.
Yeah, Gobla is awesome. Don't get me wrong. I think Gobla is an S tier thing. But living in Carrick 8 Peaks is a negative in my opinion. I wouldn't want to live in Carrick 8 Peaks. It's too chaotic. It's too messy. There's too much like shit just going on constantly. And I think Skarsnik would genuinely be really happy to have an intellectual that he could like speak with. But Skarsnik is also a pretty hardcore sadist, which a lot of people are into. I know a lot of people are into sadists. I am not one of them. I think, like, you know, if you're like, dear traveler, do you reach a fork in the road? Do you take the sadist door or the masochist door in your partner? I think I would rather be with a masochist than a sadist. Sadism, it's not my... Like, if I was putting myself on that spectrum, I think I lean more towards the sadism side of things than the masochism side of things. So I think in a partner, I would get along more with someone who's on the masochist side of things than the sadist side of things. Even though I wouldn't say that's like an extreme aspect of something that I look for or think about in a partner. It's like, you know, it's something I'm aware of. Snagla Grobspit. Snagla's story is really sad. Like, he has a big pet spider, but he's pretty obsessed with, he's pretty obsessed with getting revenge against the Empire above everything else. Like, of the greenskin characters, he has the biggest obsession with, like, vengeance and hating a particular individual. You're a Warhammer Fantasy fan? That's classic masochism? Quiet, you! Stop! Don't start poking holes in my logic system. How dare you? I think I would probably put Snagla around Ragnak Spiderclaw. Once again, I don't have a phobia of spiders, but I don't just leave spiders in my house. I like put them outside. I'm not like, oh, spider bro can just hang out here. It's like, nah, I don't want spiders really near me. Yeah, no thanks. And plus, like, the man's far more concerned with revenge. Actually, I'd probably put him at the bottom. But I think, actually, I'd probably put Grimgor worse than him. Wurzag. Oh, good old Wurzag. The Wurzag is freaky, he's mostly naked, and he knows how to dance. Those are pretty cool positives. But he also is constantly speaking to the gods, and his biggest obsession is with trying to find the avatars of Gork and Mork, the one true Git, and being the one true Git and finding like the ultimate expressions of his god. So like you're gonna be secondary to his work. He's a work orc, which is very rare. Most orcs are not work greenskins. They tend to prioritize themselves, but he actually has like a job to do and considers that a pretty important thing. That is true. Alex has a good point. Like if you're really big into feet, like he can bring you literal god feet. And if you like being stepped on, like Wurzag's got you covered. That is not my personal fetish. I can appreciate like the aesthetically pleasing concept of like a well-drawn foot or like a sculpted foot on like a statue or something, where I'm like, oh yeah, I can understand how this is aesthetically pleasing, but I don't find them like super erotic like some people do, and I don't really have a desire or compulsion to be stepped on. So like I think for a lot of people he would rank very highly. I think for me personally, yeah, probably I think he'd be pretty similar to like Luther Huss. Once again, this is mostly intended as humor. Don't read too much into these. There's gonna be someone watching the stream going, I don't understand what's going on. Alright. Giant River Troll Hag. No. Absolutely not. They are super disgusting. Trolls are not super intelligent. They're quite stupid creatures. And it is far more likely that she would devour you in a very horrible and unpleasant way. Plus, she literally smells like the absolute worst aspects of rotten, wet fish stuff all the time. And her acid is literally so aesthetic, it can melt damn near anything. Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. No. Nope. Absolutely no. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, no. Dieter Helschnitt. Fairly powerful and well-educated necromancer, has a little bit too much of a hate boner obsession with the likes of Middenheim. He's the Doom Lord of Middenheim, so he's a little bit obsessed with revenge, but he does ride a manticore, which is pretty fucking sexy. Also, unlike a lot of undead, he's not actually dead. He's still alive, which is pretty cool. He eats brains, which is interesting. I'd probably put... I think because of his revenge obsession, I would probably put him around, like... I'd probably put him around a couple caveats. Like, there's a lot of good things about him, but I like my brain where it is, to be honest. And I feel like his revenge plot would be more important to him than anything else. The biggest thing that I would enjoy about him is, like, his education, his world travel-iness, and that he has a pet manticore. The pet manticore would be pretty awesome. Gashnag, the Black Prince of the Border Princes. S tier. S tier. Absolute S tier. He may be fucking hideous, but the man's got style. He's very well educated. He commissions artists and bards, and is culturally cognizant and tries to portray himself in a positive light. He's hideous. Like, don't get me wrong, he's kind of ugly, but like, he's ugly in a Beauty and the Beast kind of way. And he would treat you really, really well. He would genuinely treat you very well. He takes very good care of the people under him. I actually think I would rate him above Gorfang. But Gashnag the Black Prince, who is one of, like, the best Strigoi characters in the modern setting, yeah, easy S tier. He may be hideous, but, like, he's super awesome. I think he would be a very ideal partner, and he would treat you super duper well. Genevieve. Genevieve, I would say, is S tier. She has all of the best aspects of being a vampire with virtually none of the negatives. She's one of the very few vampires that has a really strong moral compass, and is pretty cool to hang around. And she even took down Constant Drakenfels, which is a pretty big plus in my book, because Drakenfels is kind of a dick. So yeah, I'd fuck with Genevieve. Helmengorst. No. Helmengorst is so irrelevant. Granted, he's become a lot better. But he is, like, has an unhealthy obsession with his old family. I don't think he'd be capable of making a new family. And ultimately, like, the fact that he has his brothers impaled on a cart to drag him around, And he's kind of like Manfred's manservant, which also I don't find particularly impressive. And like for a necromancer, he's surprisingly ugly. Like if you compare him to the likes of Dieter Hellschnitt or Heinrich Himmler, he looks really bad. Like my man got fucked up by dark magic. He is fairly immune to disease, but he also has kind of an unhealthy obsession with disease because of that. I feel like, no, not for me. Like, a guy that constantly has a hangman's noose around his neck, I don't know about that. And plus, because he's immune to disease, I don't think he would appreciate, like, post-COVID times properly. Like, I feel like he wouldn't really care that much about, like, proper hygiene and making sure things are reasonable and clean in the household, because why should he care? He's immune to it. No. Isabella von Karstein. S tier. No, I lied. 8. Actually B tier. Or, Nope, you know what? High D tier. The more I thought about it, the lower she got. Isabella's hot. There's no denying that. Like, Isabella is fucking gorgeous. I would one night stand with Isabella von Karstein any day of the week, every day of the week. Plus vampires, you don't have to worry, you can only, no pregnant, only breed, perfect 10 out of 10, all that for those that care about that. I mean, I hope to have kids one day, but I wouldn't want to have kids with a vampire. But Isabella is kind of fucked up. She tends to bring out the worst in people around her. Like, Isabella tends to be very like she could make me worse, and that's not really what I'm looking for. I mean, you could. I think it would depend on how you interpreted Isabella's traits. I think that they're like unhealthy, bringing out the worst in you, but not like in a fun, cutesy way, but like in a genuinely damaging way. So she's not like bratty, right? She's not like bratty, which is really fun. She's toxic, which is not fun. I think she's gorgeous, and I love her fit. Her outfit is great. Though her hairstyling looks like it takes forever. Plus, Vlad's gonna kill you later, but whatever. For the tier list, we ignore the consequences of our actions in some ways. I don't need someone to make me worse. I already have an anxiety disorder. I don't need help. So yeah, I think one night stand. Heinrich Himmler. Honestly, I adore Himmler. I love him. He's one of my favorite characters in the setting. But like, as an individual, he is kind of the fucking worst. His name is a not so subtle reference to a really bad person. And Himmler is kind of just fucking awful. He's done a lot of super fucked up shit. And he really thinks of himself as a lot cooler than he kind of is in reality. If he was more humble and more like inward facing, I think there could be a lot of positive traits about him. But kind of honestly, I think I would put him at kind of like the absolute bottom of one night stand. Like, that's a reasonable hit it and quit it just for the notoriety. Like, the Lichmaster, dude's powerful and has seen some crazy shit, but at the same time, like, I don't think it would be wise to do more than a night. And he would be at the absolute bottom of that list. Conrad von Karstein. No, not in a million years. No. Conrad von Karstein is fucking insane. The man had his own mother bricked up in the highest tower, room of a tower, to starve to death for the crime of giving birth to him. Conrad gave the order for the men of Waldenhof to run, or Tempelhof or Waldenhof? I think it was Waldenhof, to run around using their crossbows to murder all of the cats in the city for target practice because he thought they'd be funny. Like, Conrad is so fucked up. And he would kill you. Like, undeniably, he's going to kill you. Like, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Nope. Yep. Nope. 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 Not in a million years. Krell. S tier. S tier Krell. His fit, it's too good, man. His fit is so good that it's everything's worth. Everything's worth. Like his fit is that good. Plus, he's actually like a lot more conniving and clever than he comes off as. And he is extremely loyal despite that. Like, even though ultimately he's kind of fulfilling the will of Nagash, like, despite that, he will stay fanatically loyal to you. And the man is like the absolute god bone daddy. Like, top S tier. The shards from that axe, well, he's not gonna hit you with the axe. Yeah, no, do not insert the obsidian axe of Krell. Do not. Do not. No, I think Krell would actually be a really good partner until, like, you know, Nagash, like, rises up. But by that point, like, Nagash is back. You've got bigger problems. Like, whatever, that's fine. I think that's fine. It's the end times anyway, whatever. I think Krell would actually be one of the most faithful undead partners you could have. Manfred von Karstein. Manfred is interesting. Manfred obviously puts a lot of emphasis on his personal power, and forwarding his own antics, and he has the potential to betray or backstab you, but traditionally and realistically, Manfred only betrays people that he believes are going to stand above him or control him. If you're not a threat to Manfred, then he won't betray you. That's not really what his personality tends to revolve around. But it is also quite possible that he might utilize you in order to further his own powers and ambitions. But he does bring a lot of really strong good to the table and is one of the most knowledgeable and powerful characters in the entire setting. Which I do think are some genuine strengths, but I would always be a little worried. So I think I would kind of put him up with, like, Balthazar Gelt. That I think Manfred has a lot of really strong good things going for him, but at the same time, I would always be, like, a little, like, about whether or not there might be some grand scheme that he's working on. Plus, he's got some pretty serious daddy issues. Neferata. Neferata is the absolute top of my one-night stand list. The main reason is that Neferata fucking hates men. And unfortunately, in this particular scenario, I am a man. So, this is gonna be a problem. We could do a hit it and quit it, and I get the fuck out of Dodge before she realizes that, you know what, she actually fucking hates me, and is going to turn me into a vampire and trap me in a sarcophagus and torture me for 1,000 years. So hit and quit it, boys. Now, if you're a lady, I honestly think Neferata could be S tier for you, depending on how you feel about certain things. But her relationship with men is really bad, and while I would... Could I fix her, though? Maybe I could fix her. She goes to the absolute bottom of the barrel for C tier. Because maybe, just maybe, just maybe, I could be the one good man in her life. Just maybe. Perhaps. Maybe. So there's a little risk involved here. So bottom of C tier. The Red Duke. Oh, I love the Red Duke. He's so tragic. The Red Duke is so absolutely tragic. Like, he's such a badass, but he got so screwed over being turned into a vampire, and then he got trapped in his own grave beneath a statue dedicated to him, and was left there unable to die, trapped without the ability to feed or anything, just going fucking insane for hundreds and hundreds of years. And when he came out, he was so mentally broken that he often forgets where he is. So, in a really, really deeply sad sense, you're quite literally dealing with a character who has very intense dementia, which is a lot. That's hard to deal with. Like that's a heavy ask, especially for like an immortal that if they're having a bad episode could just rip you in half. But he was like the absolute goat for so much of his life and his unlife, but he's in a really bad place. I mean, I think he could get better with like therapy and time. So I'm gonna put him next to Neferata. I'm gonna say a couple caveats. His fit is immaculate. His armor design is absolutely fucking gorgeous. And he's very noble and has a lot of positive attributes that are kind of buried. But maybe with help and some magical assistance, you could bring out the best parts of him. Ushorin, first of the Strigoi. Ushorin. There is a very specific point in Ushorin's life where I think he could be a ride or die, which is before he put on the crown of Nagash, but after he took over Strigos. Unfortunately, that is not the Ushorin we're dealing with. We're dealing with batshit crazy Ushorin, who has put on the crown of Nagash and evolved into a big hulking monster. And he has positive moments, but he has a lot of negative moments because he literally has Nagash in his head fucking with him constantly. I think it's only fair to put him with Azhag, because him and Azhag are very similar in a lot of ways. They both put on the crown, and you just can't be sure with what you're dealing with at any particular moment. I think if it was ruler of Strigos Ushorin, I would say S tier, maybe A tier. But modern Ushorin, I think it's F tier or E tier for me. D tier, sorry. Vlad von Karstein. I would put Vlad up very high A tier. Up there with like Sigmar Heldenhammer. Vlad's done some kind of messed up stuff, but he's a very worldly person, visited a lot of places, and if you could bring out his best traits, he could potentially evolve into S tier. But Vlad's vampiric curse brings out ultimately his ambition, and he will never be satisfied. Vlad will never be satisfied. The true fundamental curse of the von Karstein line is ambition and the desire for more. And it would be one of those things where you're just trying to convince him to be happy with what he has, but it'll never be enough for him. I think because of that, I would have to say, I think it could be fulfilling. I think that you could do good with him, especially because he would be less inclined to turn you into a vampire because he understands the downsides that come with that. Would probably just want you to live a good mortal life and then die after a long, living a fulfilling life. But yeah. Wallach Harkin. Wallach is interesting. Wallach Harkin is the founder of what we understand as the Blood Dragons. Also, interesting that Abarash is not on this list. That may have been a character we missed, but to be fair, Hawk put so many fucking characters on here that is kind of insane. I feel bad for him doing this. I don't know how long that took. But for anyone that cares, I would put Abarash in D tier. Because Abarash is too busy being like a saintly monk, and also he's so addicted to the concept of Neferata. He is a god tier simp for Neferata. You would never be as good as Neferata to him. And he's too busy off being a warrior monk anyway, so I think he'd be D tier. But Wallach Harkin is the founder of what we modern day understand as Blood Dragons rather than Abarash. Abarash established some of their core fundamentals, but Wallach is a more honest representation of what they are. As kind of like these martial fanatics that are constantly trying to reach the absolute heights of martial pursuit, but have some kind of fucked up morals and are constantly like hunting people. But Wallach is also noted to have been really, really sweet on a girl, and when she died, he did not take it well. I think for Wallach, I would probably put him right here. One night stand. I think Wallach Harkin has some pretty interesting, crazy attributes, but ultimately he's a little too broken. He's a little too messed up. Wazorin! F. Wazorin is F tier. Wazorin literally only jacks off to the idea of Nagash. That's the only thing that could ever get him up. Like, never. He would never be able to break free of Nagash. Nagash is the only one for him. And he's also a backstabbing little bastard. Wazorin is so much worse than Manfred, it's not even funny. Yeah, no, F tier for Wazorin. I love him as a character, but he's, like, he would literally just try to convince you your entire marriage that all of your home decor should be dedications to Nagash because it's a fitting tribute, and it's totally not because that he just wants to goon to nothing but thinking about Nagash all the time. The only other character that's not on here that I'll just kind of briefly mention is Vorag Bloodytooth. Vorag Bloodytooth had a one true lover situation, and when he lost her, he went absolutely fucking mad and turned into the first Ghoul King. His story is romantic but depressing at the same time. I would probably put him in One Night Stand. It's kind of similar to Ushorin. Archaon, the Everchosen. Honestly, S tier. Archaon has will. Archaon has the extreme will to hold on to the things that he most passionately cares about. And if that was you, he is bringing you with him through and into the apocalypse and beyond. Plus, like, the man just gets shit done. Like, Archaon looks over at Horus and fucking, whatever that loser's name is, and just like dunks on them all day, every day. Like, Archaon is like one of the most accomplished people in the setting. He's got like a badass shape-shifting mount that could turn into whatever you want so that y'all could like be the most epic power couple. Like, crazy shit. Like, Archaon's great. Archaon's awesome. Gotta be S tier Archaon. Azavar Cool. Cool. We don't know a ton about Azavar Cool. Yeah, Abaddon Despoiler. Yeah, that is what I was talking about, actually. Azavar Cool's okay. I mean, he's just a failed Archaon, ultimately. He did a couple of impressive accomplishments, but ultimately failed in the end. And we also don't know a ton about him. So I'd probably put him down with... I'd probably put him down near, like, Tom Phillipson. He's alright. Not great, not terrible. He's there. You know, you get the novelty of it, and then you move on with your life. Be'lakor. Oh, good God. Be'lakor is absolute bottom D tier. I like, you gotta hit it once. Like, he's the closest thing you can get to an actual god. Like, a full-on, undeniable god. But he's also the pettiest, most backstabbing little absolute bitch. So, One Night Stand. Like, now, like, his look is incredible. Be'lakor looks amazing. Like, he is, like, prime monster fucker material. But, like, other than that, no. Personality-wise, explore his pit of shades. That is foul. Yeah, no. One Night Stand here. The Godslayer? Prince Yuri? No. I think I'd put him at the bottom of never. The man doesn't even know what he wants to be yet. He's just a big fucking baby. That gave in to chaos much faster than I think he should have. He murders his own brother, and he's kind of a bitch. So I think he goes to the bottom of never tier, because fuck him. Once he's figured out his identity, then he can hit me up. But the man, like, doesn't even know what he wants to be. He's literally like a fucking baby in as far as demon princes go, and he's just a shittier version of Be'lakor. No. Herald Hammerstorm. I think Herald Hammerstorm would be a pretty solid, overall good but worrying. He is the original design from the very first Warhammer piece of artwork, though granted he looked very different back then, of cracking an undead across the face with a hammer, but he's really obsessed with the undead. Plus, I feel like he would always be making hammer puns, and he would probably call any time that y'all are going to get freaky in bed, he would always call that the Hammer Storm. Always. And I would get really sick of that. I think some people might find that charming. I would find it annoying. So I don't think that would be something that I would find personally attractive by any means, but his outfit, or like his designs, his dressing skills are immaculate, which is a massive plus for him. But I think he's overly obsessed with the undead. He'd be a little too busy trying to kill every fucking vampire and necromancer and everybody else that you come across. It would be annoying. I think I'd get tired of it. So, like, I think there'd be a lot of good moments, but there'd be potential for bad moments. Kolak Sun Eater. Fulfilling. Absolute one of like the big bads, one of the gods of the monster fucker category, sterile, which is a big plus in a lot of people's books. The dude's absolutely massive, is worshipped by tons of people. The biggest downside is that in order to really like get him going, he has to be struck by lightning, which is a little bit dangerous, and also kind of like I don't know, I feel like you could have moments where you're worried about like, if like, oh, is he really like, does he find me attractive, or does he always like need the lightning? Is it a me problem? Like, I feel like there could be some issues there. Plus the sun hates him, so you would never get to be in any sunlight, which you could do. Like, I think you could survive, but I enjoy getting sunlight from time to time. And if I wanted that, I would have to travel. Like, I would have to go on journeys. Plus, like, he takes naps for like hundreds of years. So like, I think overall he'd actually be quite a good partner, but there would definitely be some like aspects of it that you'd have to be careful with. Cormac. Oh, Cormac is like super dedicated to Volkia. And I think he's a very dedicated Volkia simp. So I'd probably put him like right at the top of Never, because like the only thing you would ever get out of him is he would just be looking at you and thinking of Volkia the entire time. Prince Ograx the Great. If he was a Beast Fiend, if you're talking about his Beast Fiend version, then there's at least a bit of novelty to him, which is kind of interesting, being a Beast Man from the Southern Chaos Waste. If you think that no, he's not a Beast Fiend, like the novel says, and then he instead's more just like a Chaos Champion, like the regular books say, like the army books and stuff, like he's still a pretty powerful guy. I mean, he was strong enough to hold up the fucking hand of Krakenrock the Black, which is impressive. I think he's he's very arrogant though. Prince Ograx was super arrogant. I'd probably put him like down here. I think his ego would be would be super annoying. And he's doomed to get killed anyway. Super Orlock. Kolek, also known as the first true monster fucker license check. Mine's current is yours. My monster fucker license isn't like as intense of a grade as others. Like, I don't have a platinum monster fucker card, but I think I have a respectable monster fucker card. But mine's not like platinum. Like, I traditionally like them to be like at least vaguely humanoid, which I feel like if you want a platinum card, you have to be able to throw down with things that are not even remotely human. Like, don't even look, like, do not have an identifiable humanoid shape, and are just like unspeakable massive horrors. So I wouldn't say I have a platinum card. I'd say I have like an A rank card. Goros Warhoof. Goros Warhoof, the sire of 1,000 young. Goros fucks. That is literally a really important part of his lore, is that Goros fucks. However, he's also an absolute drunk, and I am not big into alcohol. It's not something I really would want to spend a lot of time around. And he also has a really rambunctious, massive amount of children that he does not ever make any attempt to parent, which I don't find an admirable feature. So I'd probably put him like reasonably high up in the one night stand, because he's got something apparently. Any chance Goros could knock you up? I mean, Goros is said to have impregnated like indescribable monsters, so there'd probably be like a chance. Karok Stoneheart. So this is the starting hero for Malagor, who is a minotaur that apparently has the spirit of a Bray Shaman in him due to an incident that involved the two of them. So you're kind of getting a 2-for-1 special. Minotaurs are kind of terrifying. They have a little bit of too much of a blood fetish for my liking. And I kind of like my blood where it is. But that being said, he does have the spirit of a shaman in him, so there's like at least some interesting conversations and stuff you can have. I'd probably put him like really low, couple caveats. Because he'd be a fair bit more interesting than like the typical Minotaur. Yeah. Kazarak the One-Eye. Kazarak the One-Eye goes right next to Toddy. Him and Toddy have to go together, because Kazarak is awesome. He has a gorgeous design. He's super fucking cool. Horns are always really... I love horns. Horns are like such a badass aesthetic. His helmet looks badass. He's into dogs. Like, he had a super loyal, wonderful pet named Redmaw, which was his super loyal warhound that died protecting him. So, like, you know, not only can he train dogs well, but they're so loyal to him that they're willing to die for him and all that stuff. But he would want you to dress up like Boris every time, and I'm not doing that. I'm not. I like him more than Boris, but like those two are clearly meant for each other, so there's no point in trying to get involved. You know, sad to say, because everything else about him is pretty goated. Malagor the Dark Omen, the Crow Fiend. Honestly, between his horns, and the massive crow feather wings on his back, I think I'd have to put him in overall good but worrying B tier. Immaculate design, super fucking cool, crazy sorcery, could literally take you on like the fucking I can show you the world musical number, but like by flying around with his big black wings. Would be super interesting, but the dark god visions would be kind of annoying, and he also has a lot of responsibilities that involve travel and like dealing with other Bray herds endlessly, and that does sound like a lot of work. Moonclaw, absolutely fucking not. Nope, no, absolutely not. Moonclaw is the literal physical manifestation and embodiment of madness and mental insanity. No, absolutely no. Like I said, I already have a mental illness. I already have to take anti-anxiety meds. Moonclaw would make me worse, but not in like the cute, funny way or the hot, sexy way, just in the really sad, depressing way. And no, absolutely not. Not in a million years. Nope. Plus, he rides his brother into battle, and I feel like that's a bit of a weird, uncomfortable family dynamic. He doesn't let his brother out of the moon except for when the winds of magic are really high, and I don't think that's cool. So, yeah, no. Morgur the Shadowgave. Morgur fucks you up, but only physically, not mentally. Plus, he can mutate to, like, be whatever you want. Not, like, in a, like, transformation sense, but, like, in a more crazy sense. I would need to... There would have to be caveats. There would have to be caveats, but he's also literally like the teeniest, tiniest piece of a god forcing itself into reality, and there's something impressive about that. There's something admirable about that. Plus, unlike most beastmen, he has like a stable home, which is the home of the Cave of Flowing Stone. I think it's the Cave of Flowing Stone. So I think there'd be a reasonable thing there. Plus, like, having a god for a partner, I don't know, man. I think that's pretty strong advertisement. Tarex the Brass Bull.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. He's got pretty bad anger problems. He's kind of similar to Grimgor in a lot of ways. I don't think he'd be a good partner. He's just a rampaging asshole pretty much all the time. And also, he's made out of metal. His skin is literally brass, and he's got like steam and heat coming out of him all the time. That sounds really hot, unpleasant, and hard in not a good way. No, thank you. There's nothing good sounding about that. There is literally nothing good sounding about that. Plus, if you gave Tarx too aggressive of a hickey, he would just instantly die, right? And I'm not willing to take responsibility for that. Ungrul Forehorn. I don't like Ungrul. I would probably put Ungrul pretty high up in the never. Like, I could understand it. Like, there's nothing that crazy about him, but he's kind of just a douche that when he got turned down, like, kind of denied, by, and, like, put down by his tribe shaman and beast lord, he murdered them in their sleep, decapitated them, and wears their horns like a fucked up kind of helmet. Their heads and their horns. So, like, the horns aren't even his. Like, clearly he has really strong insecurities about, like, size different stuff, and I'm just not willing to put up with that. Like, he's not self-confident, and the lack of self-confidence is... In this case, I don't think I could fix him. I don't think I'd want to fix him, and I don't want to deal with all of, like, the cultural problems that come with associating him. Oh, you separated the Sisters of Twilight? Okay. Arahan for aggressive. So Arahan is the white-haired of the sisters. I'll just do both of them. Sisters of Twilight, ride or die. Not even a question. Ride or die. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking love the sisters. They are extremely nice to look at. I prefer Nyestra, who's the one with black hair, and Nyestra is the nicer of the two. She's more kind-hearted and more about, like, nurturing life and protecting it, whereas Arahan is more of, like, the kind of batshit crazy sister that's a lot more adventurous and aggressive and, like, more likely to get herself killed pulling off a sick 360 no-scope because she thinks it looks cool, knowing that if she dies, she'll just get resurrected, which makes her sister very upset constantly. Nyestra, though, is like, oh my god, like, holy shit. Absolute top tier. Absolute top tier. Ariel. Ariel is pretty good overall. Ariel's made a couple of really, really bad decisions in her life that would make me not ride or die category with her, but she's pretty fucking gorgeous. And those eyebrows are immaculate, and I would really be curious to know how she maintains them, because they look like kind of a pain. But she's got a lot of good things going for her. Queen of the Wood. You get to kind of take breaks where you're allowed to just sort of enjoy yourself and do some self-exploration and stuff when she goes to hibernate in the Oak of Ages during the winter. So you get some time apart from one another. And I think that she would overall make for a pretty decent partner, but, like, her decision-making skills can be a little... Actually, you know what? I'm going to put her very high up in overall good but worrying. Now that I think about it. Because, like, her decision-making skills can be really bad sometimes, and she can be really petty. Like, she could be extremely petty. Coadil. Coadil the Cunning. Coadil the Mad. Honestly, Coadil for me is pretty high up on the never category, because I don't like tricksters. I don't like trickster archetypes. You can't ever trust them, and Coadil is the trickster of the three, where you have Durthu the Warrior, Coadil the Trickster, and Adenhu the Wise. And Coadil, even before he went completely batshit insane, I don't think that it would be a good idea. And he would just, like, destroy you, and not in, like, the fun, like, wow, what a wild night, he destroyed me. Like, no, you're literally just, like, mulch ripped apart on the ground to feed the growth of new plants, which some people might be into that. I personally am not. Yeah, no. Lord Date. The great Lord, Vol embodied the Lord of Torgavan within Athel Lauren. I would put Lord Daith very, very high up on fulfilling marriage. Daith is obviously crippled. He's got some, he's blind, and he does have some traumas from his great battle with Cain, but he's an incredible forge master that could literally make you any toy or tool or anything that you could possibly want. And because he's blind, you know, he relies on tactile senses, which there's something very intimate about that, which I think is very impressive. Plus, he has like a gorgeous home that's full of all sorts of impressive artifacts and creations, and he's an artist, and he's also a god. I think he would make for a pretty stable, satisfying partner. Drycha. Oh boy. Drycha. Drycha for me is very high up on One Night Stand. Drycha, you know the indicator that's the crazy hot scale, right? From back in the day? On the crazy hot scale, Drycha is like at the absolute pinnacle of both of those, where she's so crazy, you absolutely should not, under any circumstances, but you know it would be like, it may be worth it. She's a tree? No, she's not. She's a forest spirit. Here's the thing about Drycha. Canonically, the Dryads have different aspects. They have the war aspect, which is like the tree form, but they have other aspects. Drycha has appeared in like an elven form, and in her elven form, she is literally described as like a vivacious, curvy elf. Like, she has like way bigger breasts and a way bigger booty than most elves do, and she is said to be like drop dead gorgeous because she tries to seduce Grail Knight. Actually, he's not a Grail Knight yet. He was a questing knight when she tries to seduce him. And that's not like a vision. It's not like an illusion. That's what she can actually be when she chooses to. Now, unfortunately, she's fucking insane. Like, so many people chatting like, let the lore man speak. Let the nerd speak. He is putting out a convincing argument. That being said, she is completely batshit crazy. So it is completely possible that in the middle of coitus, she is going to just go elf form on you. Or, forest spirit form on you.
Drycha is an immortal elf who would rock pigtails. Max on hot crazy scale.
I don't know why pigtails are considered crazy. Excuse me. Well, Drycha's not a true shapeshifter because she can't like take any form she wants. There are specific rules she has to follow in the forms that she takes, but she has aspects. Now, that being said, Drycha is completely batshit insane and she hates blooded life, so she is going to kill you. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. She is eventually going to rip out your guts and hang your entrails from the trees. And in the middle of coitus, she's probably going to turn into her dryad form, and you're going to have splinters in the most unholy of places. But she does have tree boobs, so there is that. Yeah. So, one night stand, best case. Absolute one night stand, best case. Like, it would be worth it. Durthu. Oh, Durthu. Durthu is like really high tier. I could fix him. Durthu is ruled very strongly by depression and anger, and he has like a really nasty battle scar from the time his face got kind of melted / hewn off by a dwarf axe. But it is possible to fix him. It is possible. That being said, you might not be the one to do it. Durthu is incredibly courageous. Like, he is the warrior aspect of the ancients. He's everything that is noble and good about Ethel-Loren, buried beneath a layer of depression, betrayal, and outrage. And if you could just reach him, Durthu is a tree, not with, well, sure, with that attitude. Have you never seen those memes on Reddit where people like take pictures of trees and it's kind of like, I mean, that tree's looking kind of like, you know what I mean? Where's your sense of imagination? Where's your sense of adventure? Kalara. Oh, Kalara's story is so sad. Kalara was a wood elf who was in love with a prince. And this prince that she was in love with gets accepted into the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. But during an incident, in order to prove his love to Kalara, Kalara's lover tells her the secret of how Orion is reborn. So he reveals to her a secret ritual that he was sworn to not do so. Rather interestingly, the treemen are not said to be able to have aspects. So the treemen do not have aspects like the dryads do. The dryads can take on like comely elven forms. As far as we know, the treemen, that is their only form. They are the big tree guys. That's it. But Kalara, anyway, so her lover told her this secret, and unfortunately that magical oath that he swore was binding. And when he reveals this secret, he is painfully transmuted into an animal and is cursed for betraying the trust of Kurnos in order to prove his love to Kalara. So Kalara goes on this big epic quest that takes her many, many years, trying to earn the forgiveness of Kurnos to return her lover to her. And so eventually she hears about a white stag, which is a sacred animal to Kurnos, that's venturing around Athaloran, and she hunts it. Because the hunting of the white stag is a very particular, very sacred religious rite. And so she goes on essentially a penance where she hunts this white stag to venerate and make an offering to Kurnos, and she slays the stag after this really long epic hunt. And then as she approaches the body of the stag, once she gets close, she sees that it's not the body of the stag, but it is the body of her lover, and that he had been turned into the stag. And the gods had sort of forgiven her for knowing this secret and allowed her to achieve her penance, but the doing of it had been to murder the man she loved. So her story is really, really tragic. Did we talk about it in the Durthu stream? We probably did. It's something that is unconfirmed. We may have kicked it around as a potential theory in the Durthu stream, but it's not something that's like hard confirmed anywhere. Because I think you're right that we did talk about it when we were talking about Astariel, the Everqueen that Durthu may or may not have had relations with. So it's possible Durthu has a humanoid form, but that's not something I'm considering when I rate him. Anyway, so with Kalara, she's absolutely gorgeous. She's an incredibly skilled huntress. She has a really tragic story that causes her a lot of trauma, and that's something I think you would have to work through together. So I think I would probably put her up in Fulfilling Marriage. I think she would be a really good partner, but she would have a lot of hangups, and hopefully her end time story does not come to pass. Because her end time story sucks. Like, she gets dealt a shitty hand. So hopefully it doesn't come to pass. But I think I would put her in Fulfilling Marriage. Carillion. Carillion is very, very high ride or die for me, because Carillion is a brat. Carillion is a textbook brat. And I'm sorry, I think that's like the best. It is like one of the funnest games you can have with a partner. But Hogger's Bridge, I don't fucking care about Hogger's Bridge. People die all the time. People die all the time in the Warhammer world. Yes, even above Kruber. Even above Kruber. This says something more about me than it does about anything else. Carillion is super gorgeous. She has a really interesting story. Interestingly enough, she's exiled from Athaloran, so she can't ever go back to Athaloran, which is kind of a plus, because that means I don't have to live in Athaloran, which could cause all sorts of kinds of problems. But like, yeah, brat taming, dude. Like, it's addicting. Naiath the Prophetess. Naiath the Prophetess has like a really awesome design because she looks almost much more like an Eldar than she does an Azrai. That being said, she is a prophet, so she knows a lot of things that are going to happen before they do, and is often haunted by like visions of the future and what is to come, and would very likely know a lot of things that you're going to say before you say them, or would like talk to you about things you're going to do before you do them, which could get really annoying. So I feel like you would have to establish some pretty strong boundaries. But she has a really cool design and stuff like that, so I think I'm going to put her pretty high up, probably right at the top of C tier. Orion, the King in the Wood. Orion's kind of funny. Orion is like that design that you see people make fun of, where like by some technical definition, from like a normie technical definition, he would fall under the monster fucker category. But anyone who actually is like traveled the grand lands of the monster fuckers knows that he is not. He's too humanoid for that. I would probably put him, I mean, he dies every year and he comes back with a different personality each time, which is kind of a but like, he does look good. Like, the man is fit and he knows how to handle a spear. I think I'd probably put him fairly low down in caveats. Fairly low down in caveats. How long have we been going? Holy shit, it's been 3 hours. Hold on a second. There we go. Ah, my allergies are terrible tonight. Alright. Alberic de Bordelot. Oh, poor Alberic. Alberic de Generique. Bordelot's pretty cool, but Alberic, I don't know a lot about him. He's not super detailed, and of the various helmets of Bretonnia, he doesn't even have the coolest one. He's alright. He's not super great. I'd probably put him at the I'd probably put him like decent C tier. Like, he's pretty middle of the road. He's very middle of the road. Should this be a 2-part stream? Maybe. We'll see how I'm feeling. We'll keep going for now. The Fey Enchantress. Oh boy. Fey Enchantress has a lot of really strong positives going for her. This is a woman who is not shy about doing the things that she needs to do, and she is in power. So, like, you are the house husband. If you are dealing with the Fey Enchantress, you're house husband, which I am totally down for. She's also pretty damn gorgeous, not gonna lie. There we go. And has like a lot of incredible sorcery. You would be house husband. You stay home, you take care of the house, you know, you're doing laundry, you're cooking dinner, you're taking care of the kids, whatever, and she goes out and handles Lady of the Lake business. Like, she goes out and kidnaps people's magically inclined children, or kicks out kings or dukes that are being shitty, or is helping people on their girl quests, or is doing all sorts of stuff, but then she's home in time for dinner because she gets a lot of stuff done. Plus you have a pet unicorn that you get to hang out with. So like, yeah, you're gonna be busy. But like, I'm down. I'm super down. Henry Le Massif. Who knows why they gave him that name? Certainly not any of us. Henry's alright. There's not a ton to his story. He's one of the simpler characters from Rapunzel's Tale, as one of her loyal followers that fights alongside her during the Great War against Karn the Blighted. He's okay. I don't think there's anything super crazy about him. He is pretty himbo material. That is true. He is pretty himbo. I think his helmet's kind of stupid. I'm gonna be honest. He's kind of just got like a big castle on his head. But he's not like bad by any means. I think I'd put him pretty high in... I don't think he's interesting enough to be in my B tier. but I think I would put him just above Albrecht, I think. Like, I think there would need to be more to his story, but I think he's interesting enough. And he's loyal. Like, you know he's a good loyal man. Lewin Lanker. S tier. Not even a question. Not even a question. Lewin is one of the GOATs. The man is like all of the best and most noble aspects of humanity brought to the forefront. Now, he does have some downsides, which is why he's not at the absolute top. You know, there is the whole incident of him having a bastard son that he doesn't seem to really acknowledge. Being, of course, Malabad, who we're going to talk about in a moment. But he has a lot of incredible gifts. The man literally bleeds holy light. And in many ways, he is a paragon. Plus, his facial hair is immaculate. Deeply immaculate, which is something I can deeply appreciate. For me, he's pretty high. He's pretty high ride or die. I would fight to the end for Lewin. I would fight to the end for Lewin. Malabad, the Black Serpent, also sometimes known as the Black Knight. The Bastard of Leoncoeur, the man who saw through what the Lady of the Lake really is, realized that she was not merely a god of men, but was in fact a god of the elves, realized that she was in fact Ladriel, and believed that whatever it was that she was doing for Bretonnia would bring about their doom, not their salvation, and turned against her. There's a lot to like about Malabad. But he has a lot of really strong personal trauma, and he has really severe daddy issues because of his relationship with Lewin. So there would definitely be some struggles in that relationship. And plus, he's kind of a man that lives by an end justifies the means situation. But I do think there's a lot of genuine nobility to him. He's not insane, though. Like, he is not insane. He's very calculating. I think I would put him in very high C tier. Next to, like, Thoric Ironbrow. Of that, you would have to definitely establish some boundaries and have some pretty serious discussions about a number of things. But I think overall, it could be a good time. I heard it's possible he saw an imposter lady. That's a theory. I don't think that's true. I think he saw the real lady. If Lewin bleeds holy light, imagine you think Lewin Lanker's out there like firing off like holy light confetti. Réponse de Léonas, the Demoiselle de Gris. Oh, Réponse. Réponse is something special.
Ubitrolls 1 cheered. X100. I don't care what you say. Réponse is excellent wife material. She can own me like a dog.
Hold up. Whoa, hold up. Hold up, let's circle back. Let's circle back to that last point. Réponse. Réponse has a lot of really interesting strengths. One of the things that's really interesting about Réponse is obviously that she takes a lot of inspiration from Joan of Arc. And if you look into a lot of like the details and stories about Joan of Arc, one of the really interesting things about Joan of Arc was that she was like supposed to be so pure of a maiden that like men around her never had lustful desire is like literally a notable part of her story. But I don't think Réponse would fall under that, because that doesn't really tie into how like the Warhammer world sees purity, especially the Lady of the Lake. And she is kind of just an absolute goat. I think for me, Réponse. I think Réponse is S tier. In that you could actually live a good full life with her. Réponse is actually one of the only characters in Warhammer Fantasy that, for as far as we know, gets a happy ending. Like, she goes from being a shepherdess, a mere peasant, to rising up to becoming the hero of a nation facing off against a terrifying plague fleet of Nurgle led by a chaos warlord known as Karn the Blighted, who killed that king of Bretonnia. And she kills him in a one-on-one duel, saves the nation, defeats the forces of chaos and chases them out, saves Bretonnia. The new king makes her into the Duke of Lyonesse, and she lives out her life and dies of seemingly old age after enjoying a well-earned age of peace, which is pretty awesome. Roderick Lianguil. This guy's life really sucks, actually. Roderick, basically, his father didn't like him and kind of wanted to get rid of him. So he just sort of sent him on a bullshit mission to Lustria, hoping that he would get killed, and Roderick ends up attacking the city of Tlaxlan, Tlaxlan, where most of his army gets massacred, and he's really the only survivor that escapes. And overall, it's a pretty bad time. And he never really escapes Lustria. So I think he could be an okay, like, one-night stand figure. He's not super crazy interesting, but he's sort of doomed for a bad time. So he's kind of I'd probably put him, like, down here-ish. So yeah, one-night stand material. The Green Knight. Green Knight's pretty goated. He's pretty awesome, but he is very, very dedicated to his mission of protecting Bretonnia and would probably not be around too often. He's probably going to be really, really busy, mostly with having to constantly teleport around, fighting evil, protecting sacred places, and challenging questing knights. And, you know, he's kind of like basically the Lady of the Lake's husband, in some ways, in that how, like, dedicated he is to her. But, you know, he's pretty badass, and his fit is immaculate. I'd probably put him fairly low B tier. Fairly low B tier. The Green Eye is like ethereal. You wouldn't even feel it. That's not necessary. That's not how etherealism works in Warhammer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hurt people. Ethereal entities can interact with physical entities. But depending on how they do it and what they use to do it, the sensation would be different. So, like, when you have, like, a ghost, like a Cairn Wraith, Cairn Wraiths are noted that if they touch you, or a Banshee touches you, you feel, like, incredibly indescribable cold. But different ethereal entities would interact in different ways. But you would feel something, I'll tell you that. Muna Mim. Oh, Muna Mim is so tragic. Muna Mim is so tragic. I could fix her. I could fix Muna Mim. Not even a shadow of a doubt. I could fix her. She's S tier. There's a lot we'd have to get through. There's a lot we'd have to get through. A lot of talking, a lot of like hard days and hard evenings, but I could do it. I could do it. For her, I could do it for her. Do it for her. Surtha Ek. That absolute bitch. Fuck you, Surtha Ek. No. No. Yeah, no, you're below Gorst. Fuck you, Surtha Ek. You absolute... He's too busy being an absolute dickhead. Just the mass majority of the time. Who's Muna Mim? Muna Mim is the Famir matriarch, or the Famir Mirg character from Cubicle 7's Winds of Magic book. So she's like the main Famir matriarch character that we know. Oh, you want me to say whether characters would be tops or bottoms? Oh dear. Oh man, okay. Let me roll down the list real fast. Nyastra, bottom. Arhan, top. Carillion, bottom. Marcus Kruber, switch. Raponce, bottom. Felix, switch. Fey Enchantress, probably top. Lewin, switch. Grim Berlikson, switch. Gashnag, top. Gorfang, switch. Genevieve, bottom. Krell, top. Archaon, top. Munamim, bottom. Daith, bottom. Barden, bottom. Magnus, switch. Sigmar, top. Vlad, top. Helborg, top. Elspeth, top. Thyrus, top. Kalara, bottom. Skarsnik, top. Thorgrim, top. Kolek, top. Franz, top. Ariel, switch. Loner, switch. Gorbad, top. Durthu, top. Theodore Bruckner, top. Malachi, switch. Manfred, switch. Wouldn't admit it, but switch. Gelt, switch. Harry the Hammer, top. Volkmar, top. Malagor, top. Green Knight, switch. Nyeth, bottom, but already knows what's gonna kind of happen, so she's like a really weird power bottom. Thorek, top. Malobod, switch. Morger, who knows? Depends on what's going on. Henry, bottom. Albrecht, bottom. Helschnitt, top. Turtwig von Hall, bottom. Schwarzhelm, bottom. Yorick Grimm, bottom. Marcus Wolfhart, top. Emmanuel von Leibwitz, top. Grom, bottom, because he can't get himself up to where top is. More due to laziness than anything. Red Duke, confused, depends on the situation, so switch. Orion, top. Neferata, definitely top. Karak Stoneheart, switch, depending on what's going on with his shaman spirit. Brunner, switch. Dreicha, power bottom, aggressive. Isabella, bottom. Sienna, top. Roderick, bottom. Goros, top. Bugman, bottom. Belagar, top. Kazrak, top. Boris, top. Wurzag, switch. Luther Huss, top. Marius, switch. Azhag, switch. Ushoran, at the time we're getting to him, top. Saltspire, top. Wallach Harkin, top. Prince Ogrex, top. Not a very good one, I think, though. Grombrindal, switch. Garagrim, top. Ungrim, bottom. Asvar Cool, top. Tom Phillipson, who knows. Kemmler, top. Bellicor, top, and a terrible one. Selfish one. Coadil, fucked up, switch. Ungrel Forehorn, bottom, and really insecure and upset about it. Cormac, bottom. Godslayer, bottom. Helman Gor's bottom. Sertha Ek, top, and an absolute twat dickhead. Cazador, depressed, top. Wazorin, wants to be top, but is a bottom. Oglock is bottom. Gotrek, top. Conrad, fucking insane, top. Moonclaw, switch. Giant River Troll Hag, bottom. Ratnik Spiderclaw, bottom. Snaggler Grobspit, top. Tarx, top. Grimgor, top. There you go. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Throg. Throg the Troll King. I think Throg would give... I think Throg would actually give pretty major, fulfilling marriage vibes. Throg literally just wants someone to talk to. And their kinks, no, we don't have time for that. We don't have time for that, and I'd have to think too hard. Why Godslayer bottom? Because he's always reacting to things that are happening around him, and it relies often about, like, gifts being given to him by others. He's reactionary. If you don't know what those mean, I'm not going to explain it to you. Yeah, Throg, I think there are some downsides to Throg from, like, I think he would have, like, he would have some pretty serious, things that he feels that he needs to overcome. I think he'd have a lot of personal, deep-seated, rooted issues, especially with his self-image of, like, being a troll that is so lonely. But I do think that he would be a very intellectual and interesting partner, though his eating habits would probably be kind of foul. Also bottom. Wulfric the Wanderer. Wulfric, I would probably put Wulfric at very bottom B tier. Dude's got awesome style and looks really badass and has got gorgeous red hair. But obviously because of the gift of tongues, he's forced to travel and constantly fight people, which means he's often on the move, and isn't like really great for sitting down roots. Also, he literally has a god-given gift to say the meanest fucking thing you could possibly imagine. So if you get into an argument with him, you are going to lose, and it's going to be bad. Like, he is going to concoct the most evil, cruel, spiteful bullshit that anyone has ever had thrown at them that is designed to just go straight to your heart and destroy it. No, he doesn't have the fun gift of tongues. He has the like leaves you ugly crying in the bedroom alone at night version of gift of tongues. Anarian. Oh boy. Well, okay, actually, where are we at in the stream? We're about 3.5 hours in. Because we just got to the end of Warhammer 1. So we've still got Warhammer 2 and 3 to go. I mean, I think we can keep going. I think we can keep going. Alright. Anarian the Defender. If it was Anarian at his prime, I think he could be ride or die, but after he draws the Sword of Cain, Anarian gets pretty fucked up. I think I would put Anarian pretty firmly in like middle D class or D tier, one night stand. In that Anarian, like, he's incredible. He's like one of the greatest warriors to ever live, and he has like an amazing dragon, but he has such a messed up spirit. Like, he's literally got 2 gods stuffed in his body, and it's just a sad, bad time. Alariel the Radiant, ride or die. Alariel's got a lot of really good things going for her. Obviously, she's got some pretty intense hangups about Tyrion, but for the sake of this list, we're kind of ignoring that. But she is literally like one of the most beautiful entities in the Warhammer world, even though sadly none of her art or Total War really do her justice on that. Also is the incarnation of a goddess and has a lot of really strong positives, and she's relatively young for an elf, so she doesn't bring a lot of like the intense trauma and baggage that a lot of elves do. She's not like super detached from the world. So there's a lot of great positives there. Alistar the White Lion isn't really a character. So like I'm just gonna kind of throw him with Tom Phillipson, because Alistar's not a character. He's just kind of like a random insert for Total War. He has a kick-ass design. He's very like almost femboy class, which does get my attention. I do appreciate good femboys, but he actually I'll say purely because of his design, I'll kick him higher up. But there's not really like anything really to him, and he does have a white lion, so like he would have like a war lion pet. Okay, fuck it. So despite all of that, purely for design reasons, he goes up to a couple caveats. Alithanar. I don't think Alithanar would be a good partner. I think that Alithanar is so focused on dealing war crimes, and all he cares about is killing other elves. Plus, I don't like his Total War design. I much prefer his 6th edition art. His 6th edition art is gorgeous. That's what I think when I think Alithanar. But that aside, this is a man who is so utterly focused on dealing just the most atrocious war crimes that you could possibly imagine that he just will not ever be able to focus on anything else. Like, literally the entire time that you're trying to like peg Alithanar, all he's thinking about is what's the next most heinous way he can like string up and murder a dark elf by like keeping them alive as long as possible while keeping them in the most agonizing pain. And it's like, eh. Cavill. So we know Cavill is a stand-in for good old Henry Cavill, or Henry Cavill, I don't know how he pronounces it. Not a lot to him, but he is a Loremaster of Sotek, and he does represent literally the guy, Henry Cavill himself, who seems to be, for all intents and purposes, a pretty swell fellow. So let's put him just at the bottom of fulfilling, because being a Loremaster of Sotek, man's gonna be like really, really wise and know a lot of really cool sword tricks, plus he knows magic and stuff. And his namesake is a proud one. Altharion the Grim. Altharion the Grim is very similar to Alithanar. While he has a really awesome, badass design, and he rides a super badass bird, That man is so deeply broken and fucked up and has so much mental trauma, and he is known for literally being a slayer of joy, where he is physically incapable of smiling and is a really big downer to be around. He has like such hardcore PTSD and survivor's guilt that nothing else gets through. Just nothing else. Finnebar. Honestly, Finnebar, I'm gonna put pretty high up in Fulfilling Marriage. Finnebar was a fairly decent, fairly solid Phoenix King. He wasn't a perfect man by any means, because obviously he kind of retreated more and more away from the world as the situation in the world kept getting worse, but he's very worldly. He's traveled, seen a lot of cool things. You can have a lot of really fantastic conversations with him. He's definitely a guy that if you really like fix-em-up projects, I think he'd be good for, but that's not his particular challenge. I don't think is one I would be very interested in, but I think he'd be fulfilling. Prince Emmerich. Prince Emmerich has a bitchin' badass dragon. He is very close to being femboy coded, which I could deeply appreciate, because femboys have, like, I think I technically fall under, I don't remember what it's called, but in like the grand kaleidoscope that is all the things a person can be attracted to, I think I technically fall under what's known as like a person that's attracted to feminine characteristics. So like, you know, if there are certain femboys I've seen or met in life where it's like, yeah, because we're like, traditionally, I guess I would think of myself as straight, but it would technically be like bi, but I wouldn't say really bi, because like, I tend to prefer women, and I like a lot of different kinds of women, but I'm more attracted to like feminine traits. And there are some men out there that really lean into feminine traits, and it's like, impressive. Emmerich, though, he's so fucking arrogant, but he's also kind of bratty. He is very bratty, but his brattiness is less of like, oh, I'm a brat, so that someone will correct my behavior and that turns into a game in and of itself. He's more of, no, he's just kind of like an asshole. I would put him... I'd probably put him reasonably high up in Couple Caveats. He has a lot of goods going for him, and dragons are so fucking awesome that I can't put him that down, far down. But his arrogance would probably get grading. His arrogance would probably get grading. The term you're looking for is gynosexual. Well, there you go. Corhill Lionmane. Not even question. Actually, no, I'd probably put him higher than that. Yeah. Corhill is the guy. Corhill is the most fucking based elf that has ever lived. Not only is he fucking gorgeous, his design is so good with that kick-ass lion pelt, but he values loyalty so intensely that he's even loyal to non-elves and is noted for just kind of being like the ultimate bro. And incredibly gifted warrior, is able to wield two great axes simultaneously, and is just a badass. He's a ride or die. Definite ride or die. Sea Lord Island. Sea Lord Island is a douche. He is as temperamental and severe as the sea itself. And is also a very big fan of war crimes. Also, he fucking hates anything that isn't an elf. So for him, I would probably put him around the Slayers. There's some okay things there. There's some interest to him. He's also a god taking on a mortal incarnation in a sense, but he's also a bit of a douche. Sothara Belkek. This character is not a character. She's literally just a meme, but she's kind of a funny meme. She's going to join Tom Phillipson. Well, she's more attractive than Tom Phillipson. She'll join Alistar. Wait, I thought I put Alistar higher up. I don't know why he was down there. Alistar is supposed to be like up here. Teclis. Oh, Teclis. Teclis, I would put pretty high B tier. Teclis has a lot of really good things going for him. He has a much more realistic view of the world. You could argue that he's femboy coded, though I don't necessarily think him as very femboy coded. Obviously he's sickly, but he's gotten a lot better after developing his potions of Troy and also getting access to the Moonstaff of Lilith, which helped make him much stronger. But he also gets a little too wound up in certain things sometimes, and he has a little bit of a dark, brooding personality. So I don't think fulfilling marriage would... I think the curse of Cain in his blood would prevent fulfilling marriage. But there are a lot of good things going for him. Korin Shima, as Pancreas said, if my boy Teclis is in the same room as me, one of us will come out pregnant. Preferably Teclis, but I'll take my chances. You know what? I can respect your dedication. I don't think that, I don't think he would make a good long-term partner. But I get it, though. I get it. I do get it. Tyrion. Oh, Tyrion. Tyrion has pretty serious caveats. I'm not super into people that have, like, really intense anger problems. And Tyrion has really intense anger problems. And unfortunately, he's known as the man slayer, not the man layer. So, I mean, I don't know what you're gonna do. But, he ultimately, he has some pretty deep personal demons. Ones that no one is truly capable of digging out. So yeah, I would say a couple caveats. Like, I think he has a lot of really strong noble aspects in spite of that, which is why he's not D tier, but I would put him low C tier, kind of with like Neferata and stuff. Crone Hellebron. Crone Hellebron goes with the Slayers in One Night Stand best case. If you catch Crone Hellebron right after Death Knight, when she's returned to her full youthful form and she is so gorgeous, she was said to be like a potential challenge to Marathi's beauty. And also, fun fact about her, when she becomes young again, she is like so pent up after spending most of the year as like a shriveled, broken crone, that her drive is like insane. Like, she is insatiable. So it would be a good time, and then you get the fuck out of Dodge. You get the absolute fuck out of Dodge. Because she will turn back into a shriveled up, horrifying creature with her flesh literally hanging off of her bones. And every time she, like, steps a certain way, bones are breaking and snapping. And the biggest thing is that she wears a mask and different kinds of things when her crone form starts taking over because she hates herself so much. She is so deeply full of self-hatred for what she becomes that it is all-consuming. And she rails and screams and spits at people constantly and is known for having a very dangerous temper when not in her absolute youthful form, even though she does hit like a fucking semi-truck. Corin Darkhand. Corin Darkhand only has one lover, and it's Cain. Everyone else is just an extra. So I don't think I would fuck with Corin Darkhand, I'm gonna be honest. Corin Darkhand is absolutely batshit crazy, as Cain whispering in his mind all the time. And the only thing the man finds erotic is perfected decapitations. Like, this is a guy that if you went into his house, all of the artwork, statues, porn, and video games that he has... Oh, wait. Corin Darkhand, sorry. That I'm thinking of Talaris. So let's do Talaris as I'm talking about him. Talaris Dreadbringer. Talaris, never. Dude's fucking insane. Absolutely batshit crazy. Literally the only thing that turns him on is decapitations. I'm not about that life. I don't like those videos on the internet. No thank you. Ridiculous, crazy, bonkers, gross. No. Absolutely not. That man is fucking insane. Lokir Fellhart. Well, he's got one of the coolest fucking helmets in the setting, and his, like, crazy red eyes are impressive. Plus, he owns an entire Black Ark to himself. However, he is extremely ruthless. He's, like, one of the biggest assholes of the Dark Elves, which is saying a lot. because they have a lot of assholes, but he is like up there. I think he would be. I think if you could manage to establish a safe situation with him, I could go with a couple caveats. I think I could run with a couple caveats. Because, like, his outfit, his drip is impeccable. Absolutely. I'd take a crack at him. Ha 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 ha. I hate you. No, thank you. That was a good one. That was a good one. But yeah, you'd have to have some pretty serious safe words in place. Malarian, aka Malekith, aka I hate snow. Well, he can't take the armor off, which is a bit of an issue, but it's not necessarily a break issue. Honestly, I think he would be as far down as it could go, but I think Malekith or Malarian would probably be at the absolute bottom of Ride or Die for me. I desire Loker, Fellheart, Carly. The Cheese Priest, I appreciate that. I absolutely appreciate that. Yeah, I think I'd put Malarian or Malekith at the absolute bottom of Ride or Die, because I think he would be incredibly loyal, and even if he can't take the armor off, I mean, the man's a master of magic. He can make it work. Plus, he is like the perfect version of edgy fix-me man that I think most people would find very addicting, and I could see myself being like, it's a challenge. It's a doable challenge, even though it's almost assuredly not. Malice Darkblade. Malice Darkblade is pretty fun, but he has a lot of really insane personal trauma, and he also comes with Zarkam, which is a bit of an issue. I would probably say one night stand with him, because he kind of falls into that Azhag Ushoran category, where Zarkan is always lurking nearby, and Zarkan is super fucking dangerous. It would be an interesting experience, but I don't think anything long-term would be wise. Morathi. Oh boy. Morathi is absolutely overall good but worrying. You have to. It's fucking Morathi. She's literally one of the hottest characters in the entire setting, canonically. Like, she is one of the most attractive, beautiful individuals in the entire world. Incredibly wise, incredibly ancient. We like older women here. We like older women. But her obsession with Anarian probably means that she's gonna, like, call you an Anarian a lot of the time. And she is also... Actually, you know what? I'd probably put her lower A tier, actually. I think she'd be low A tier. I think if you could get in, it would be pretty good, and it would be pretty reasonable, but you would definitely have to watch out for a couple things, and you would also probably have to accept that she's going to call you an Aryan, and you're going to have to dress up as an Aryan on a relatively frequent basis. Which I personally find a little worrying, plus like the whole consorting with demons and all that stuff. And she would easily be like the best lay of any of these characters. But there, I think you could have a good thing going. Corin Darkhan. Corin Darkhan is the literal living embodiment of Dark Elf loyalty. Even though he is loyal to Malarian and Malekith, I do think that he would actually be allowed to keep you and be a good partner, because Malarian rewards him and takes good care of him. And that would include probably you, in allowing you to exist, as long as you weren't a distraction to him performing his role as a bodyguard. But he's very well accomplished, he's very skilled, he's very conniving and tactical, and he's not overtly douchey like a lot of Dark Elves are. I would, Corin Darkhan would be pretty awesome. He'd be pretty awesome. Rekhart the Beast Lord. Rekarth is kind of a fucked up dude. He's pretty nightmarish as far as Dark Elves go, and I don't like the way he treats critters. I really don't like the way he treats critters. Honestly, I think for me, that would put him in Never Just Never, because me and him would have beef. We would have severe beef. Like, even though he has a lot of really cool monsters and stuff, I don't think I could trust his methods. Plus, knowing him, he'd bring those methods into the bedroom, and I don't fuck with that. I'm not playing ball with that. Shadowblade, the most powerful and skilled of the living Dark Elf assassins. Honestly, assassins, they have some pretty severe downsides in that they're kind of constantly needing to go out on jobs that often take them undercover or have like really, really long deployment times. But you know that his physicality and his fit would be like immaculate. Plus, he would be very experienced with like sensation heightening materials versus, you know, different kinds of drugs and poisons and stuff. So he could probably give you a pretty good time. And he also has like trauma, but not like so much that it completely and utterly breaks him as an individual, but more that he just kind of has like a bit of a fucked up worldview, which would probably be kind of interesting. I would probably put him fairly high up in a couple of caveats. Just think of the positions that were possible. The Dark Elf Dreadlord with the sexy mommy mask. Boop. I have no justification. I just fuck with that design. There's nothing else I can say. I can't defend myself from it. Like, if you're ever like, I wonder what kind of aesthetics Sotek thinks is like god tier. If you made her boobs a bit bigger, or maybe her butt just a little bit bigger, that's literal god tier. There's nothing I can say. I can't defend myself. Chalkox, the Eternity Warden. Ride or die. Chalkox is not only like one of the absolute peaks of physical fitness for a Saurus, but also like his drip is incredible. Like the absolute crazy thing for like the helmet, incredible. The big two-handed mace weapon, incredible. Like he is like the little gold back banners. His drip, immaculate. Plus, he will guard you against literally anything. In fact, I'm gonna put him more up here. He would guard you against anything and everything the universe would ever have to throw at you. Like, he is the best bodyguard character in the setting. I will fight anybody about that. I don't give a fuck what Andy Law says about anything. Chalkox is the most powerful, bestest, god-tier bodyguard in all of Warhammer Fantasy. And I would sleep in his arms comfortably every night knowing that I'm safe. Gorok. Gorok is the most physically imposing of the Saurus. He's the largest, strongest of them, and his coloration is super fucking badass because he's an Albinosaurus. However, he's the most automaton-ish of the Saurus. So like, there's a lot of good about him, but he's almost more of like a Saurus boy toy than anything else. Because he doesn't really have any emotions, he is very, very automaton. He's like, he tends to just be a statue outside of work. Yeah, Hawk said the same thing. I think there are things that would be like, I think he would unfortunately kind of fall under like one night stand material of that. He's incredibly strong and durable, and he looks amazing and has a fantastic design, but like, he would just do what he's ordered to do, and then it literally just goes back to holding still. Like, that's it. He's kind of a very straightforward, not a lot to say. He's a big powerhouse, but that's kind of all there is to him. Itsy Bitsy is very interesting. He's a war criminal. He likes to murder people in really inventive ways and then take their corpses and dump them in the piranha swamps where they'll never be found. Which is a little fucked up, and he takes a lot of pride in his work at butchering people. I think that you could have a future with him, and he would be kind of interesting, and he would have some stories, but you would never, ever, ever want to know about the skeletons in his closet, by which I mean the skeletons in his swamp. So I would probably put him somewhere in C tier with some pretty heavy worries. Yes, Gorok, I believe, is the youngest Saurus character. Krokgar. S tier Krokgar. Krokgar literally comes with a pet dinosaur. And is super fucking awesome. He has like the most badass arm that you just wonder what that arm could do. You wonder what the Hand of the Gods could do. And he also has Grimlock as a pet, which is like the biggest bonus you could possibly imagine. Also, he just looks fucking incredible. Once again, the drip is immaculate. Krokgar has an incredible design. He's one of the best, most skilled warriors in the entirety of Warhammer Fantasy, and is just badass, incredibly badass. Plus, he actually like cares for Grimlock. That's how you know you're dealing with like S tier material, when someone has had a pet that they've kept alive, healthy, and happy for nearly 10,000 years. Very impressive. Lord Croak. All right, controversial opinion. Lord Croak has one potential upside. It is not my kink. It is not a tag that I'm into, but I'll explain it for anyone that is doing this rating themselves later and is using this video as a guide. Lord Croak has a hat trick. And Lord Croak's hat trick is that he can possess your mind if you allow him to. He can't force it, but he can possess the mind of someone that allows him to and manipulate their body. So you kind of become a passenger in your own body as he then controls your body and then like fills your head with like mind-bending visions that you're probably not going to be able to understand. So like I can understand it. It's not my personal thing, but I kind of get it. So I'm going to put him down in One Night Best Stand. Oracle of the Sacred Plaques. This is literally just me. It is just me. Contrary to popular opinion, I am not into self-cest. I do not have the desire to pork myself. The only porking I ever want to do is with other entities, not me, not an interpretation of me, not an extrapolation of me. I would be very happy for him. I think he should be here on any of y'all's list. He should be the absolute top of S tier, especially because he comes with a pet troglodyte named Chloe, which is awesome, and she was the bestest creature, and I miss her, and she was lovely, and I love her very much. And he's very wise, and he'll know how to find anything you lose. But I don't do self-cest, so he goes down here. I'm not fucking myself. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Not in this house. Now, if you want to do it in your house, if you think you want Sotek self-cest, that's fine. I encourage you to explore whatever you're into. I don't care. It's just not my thing. So on my tier list, he doesn't rate very high. Mazda Mundi. So a caveat with Mazda Mundi here is that I'm doing the Mazda Mundi in my head, not the Mazda Mundi from Total War, because I don't like the Slaawn design in Total War Warhammer. I think they did some weird choices with the Slaawn. I really don't like how the Slaawn look. I prefer my Slaawn to look much more traditional, but Slaawn are like absolutely incredible, and they're one of the few Warhammer races that as a baseline have access to telekinesis, which opens up some pretty wild things. However, they do take pretty long naps. However, that means I could take pretty long naps with the Slaawn. So for me, I don't think Mazda Mundi would be a ride or die, especially because he's a bit aggressive as far as Slaawn go. But I do think he would be like pretty reasonably high up in the fulfilling marriage category for me. Like Mazda Mundi, I think would have a lot of pills. Well, but I get Zlak though. Okay, fine. Mazda Mundi barely skirts into S tier because of Zlak. Being able to ride around on Zlak would be fucking amazing. I would do anything to ride on Zlak. Anything. That would be worth it. Zlak is god tier. Mazda Mundi, though, I think has a lot of positive traits, especially if you're someone that's kind of lazy like me and you just want to sit in a really badass floating throne all the time with your hubby and just hang out and watch him, like, absolutely obliterate people out of existence. Probably the worst thing about him would be that you would be talking a lot and he would not say a lot. Like, Slann tend to respond very rarely, because they're always like doing other things, but at least he's like working with you, right? Like he's kind of work from home material. Nakai the Wanderer. Nakai, I once again am not as big of a fan of his Total War design, so I'm thinking of the Nakai in my head, not the Nakai that we got in Total War, because I don't like the Total War Kroxigors. That being said, Nakai is a goat. He's super awesome, but I feel like he would also get lost a lot. Like, anytime you go anywhere with Nakai, you'd always be on the move. You're never going to be able to set down roots. You're never going to be able to have a traditional home, which is something I value. I like putting down roots and being part of a community. So for me personally, like, I think Nakai would be, like, pretty high up, like, one night stand, but I don't think I would want a long-term thing with Nakai because he's just always on the move. He's never in the same place. And ultimately, while he's incredible and awesome and stuff, I'd love to see him anytime he's in town, right? I would adore him anytime that he happens to pop by. However, I don't think anything long-term with him would be good. Oxiodal. Skink Rambo. Skink Rambo, I would probably put in a reasonable place within overall good but worrying. As Oxiodal has a lot of really incredible like things, and he's got like hardcore PTSD for a lizard man. So there would definitely be like a lot of discussions you would need to have, and there would probably be a lot of things you just couldn't talk to him about. Like, he's never going to talk to you about what happened back in the Chaos Waste or wandering back to Lustria, but you could have some really good times with him. And he's like, you know, the absolute GOAT champion at hide and seek. So if you go to like a couples tournament, y'all would always win because you have Oxiodal nearby. Plus, like, he's a chameleon skink, so he could literally just like hang out on your shoulders or like hang in from like your arm and stuff as y'all are walking around, which would be kind of adorable. So, you know, I think there'd be some good stuff there, but there'd be some pretty serious shadows in the closet. Tehenuin. Listen, I love Tehenuin. Tehenuin's one of my favorite characters. He's incredibly fiery. He completely changed what the lizardmen are. He is quite literally, in many ways, their Moses figure. He's also like has a bunch of adorable, badass snake pets. Rides an engine of the gods, knows how to actually operate lost lizardman technology, but he's also pretty busy. Like, he's a busy guy. He's got a lot of sacrifices. You know, he's doing a lot of battle and warfare and all that stuff, but I don't give a fuck because he's fucking awesome and he's the GOAT and he's going right up there. I would be Tehenuin's right hand hubby for eternity. Right hand. Like, Skaven needs sacrificing, I handed him the dagger, or I'm doing it myself. Like, the prophet is the GOAT. You know what my job is? I hold up the plaque, and I do it with pride. Because I'm a supportive partner, and I've got Tehenuin's back till the day the universe blows up and beyond. Tic-Tac-Toe. Tic-Tac-Toe is pretty awesome. Wears kind of a crazy helmet, but him and Zwup could take you on some pretty wild magic carpet rides, in the Disney sense, not the other sense. And he's kind of adorable, very energetic, pretty different from like what you tend to have with Lizardman. Obviously he's got an important job, but he's got a home. You'd have a base of operations over in Hexwaddle. So yeah, I'd put him reasonably fulfilling marriage. Reasonable fulfilling marriage. Gorich. Oh, Jesus Christ. Gorich is literally, if you are in chat and you have a platinum tier monster fucker membership card, it is time for you to turn it in. If you do not put Gorich as S tier. Because Gorich is the literal textbook definition of platinum tier monster fuckery. He is a horrifying Frankenstein monster ratman machine undead abomination with the mind of a fairly cunning, cruel Norscan berserker guy inside of him. He is the Castellan of Hellpit, in charge of defending it and trying to maintain order amongst a legion of idiotic rat creatures that gets into a lot of troubles, and he is super fucked up in a lot of ways, though he seems to enjoy being fucked up. He is I will make you worse. He is, you do not fix Gorich. Gorich breaks you. I personally would not, in most circumstances. I don't think I would put him in the absolute never category, but I would definitely put him pretty far down in the one night stand best case category. Because I don't have a platinum card. I have an A rank card, but not a platinum card. Ikit Claw. Ikit Claw is pretty awesome. Obviously designed his own mech suit. It's kind of like a really fucked up, bizarre version of Warhammer Iron Man. Also, he's a bit arrogant, and by a bit I mean a lot, because he's arrogant by Skaven standards. Has a lot of really goofy aspects to his story, but he's surprisingly good at diplomacy by Skaven standards. You'd have to live in Skaven Blight, which kind of fucking sucks, but at least you could live in maybe the nice parts of Skaven Blight because he's so high up in Clan Skarier. Honestly, I think, like, if you're okay with kind of having, like, a super nerd as your partner material who spends a lot of their time in their workshop, so you kind of have to go bother them to get them to quit being, like, super autistic and remember you exist, I think you could make it work with the Claw. I would say him up here in very low A tier. Very, very low A tier. Quick Head Taker. Never. Never. Do not get anywhere near Quick Head Taker. He is not Quick Head Giver. He is Quick Head Taker. And he only does it through murder and violence. He is batshit actually no, he goes down with Conrad. He is batshit fucking crazy. He is absolutely insane, and he is going to cut off your head. The only way you get in a relationship with Quick Head Taker involves him decapitating you and taking your head and chatting with it. He is something. He is something. Necromancer Kobold, I'm gonna be so honest, I could happily try and die with Skrulk. I just have to know what it looks like. Also, he's loyal and honest, and I like that. Dear God, man, curiosity really killed the Kobold on that one. Speaking of which, Lord Skrulk. Lord Skrulk, I think, has a lot of really interesting redeeming qualities. In that he is very fanatically loyal, but he's also very loyal more to his religion than he is to any individual per se. And I'm not really like super into like hardcore super religious people. And like even compared to other Warhammer characters, he is deeply fanatical. With his religion being very much about the spread of decay and disease. But I do think Clan Pestilence is by far the fucking coolest of all of the Skaven clans. I think I would have a lot of really strong worries, but I think Skrulk would be low B tier for me. Very low B tier. Assuming you're not just turned into disease sludge by getting near him. But with all of these, we assume there is, it's possible, some survivability. So, I mean, Skrulk could easily make you an antidote. He's done that in the lore. Made people immune to the diseases that he has around him. What about Ska Bloodtail? Ska Bloodtail would probably be fulfilling marriage or ride or die, other than you have to deal with Quake. Deathmaster Snitch. Deathmaster Snitch, I don't think I would want anyone that stealthy because they'd probably constantly be giving me heart attacks. And also, he is purely married to his work. You would be nothing compared to his work. Like, I'm sure he would be capable of some mind-boggling feats, especially that his tail essentially operates as like a third arm or a third hand because he's so skilled with it. So I would probably put him like somewhere in one night best stand, or one night stand best case. Thankwol. I fucking love Thankwol. I can't help it. Thankwol is so fucking funny and amazing. I would put him overall good with worrying, because getting anywhere near him is almost assuredly going to cause incomprehensible problems, but god damn it if he's not funny. God absolute damn it if he is not one of the funniest fucking people on the face of the earth. Throt the Unclean. Throt, honestly, for me, I don't don't think I could trust Throt. Like, Throt experiments on everything around him. He experiments on himself. He experiments on people nearby. Like, he's constantly just tinkering with stuff. Like, I feel like you would fall asleep and you would wake up in a growth vat and he'd be doing shit to you. I don't think I'd trust him. I don't think I could trust him. I think it'd be too likely that he'd turn you into some kind of freakish, hellish, unspeakable monster. And no, I like having a good amount of control in a relationship, like at least a 50-50 split. And I feel like Throt would be a very domineering partner, and that's that. No. Tretch Craventail. Oh, good lord. I mean, Tretch Craventail is a very lucky individual, but he's also the absolute greatest coward of the Skaven. If anything bad ever happened, Tretch would just look at you and go, "Stay here, I'll get help." So I feel like Tretch would be pretty far down in one night stand best case, because he's kind of with Kimmler and Bellicor, where he's such an unreliable dick. Like, if you both got in a car accident, stay here, I'll get help. I feel like Tretch would be the kind of person that if you were in a relationship with him, he would always forget his wallet. He would never, ever, ever remember his wallet. And would be like, "Oh, why don't you stay here? I'll go get my wallet." And he just ditches you. Every single time. Every single time. And plus, like, because of his lucky Skullhelm, the universe essentially conspires to help him by allowing those situations to turn out well for him. So if anything, I would be very petty towards him. Prince Apophis. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want a screaming wraith in my house that's made up of a bunch of flesh-eating scarabs. I just don't. I don't want that in my house. I don't like anything that he's gonna do that would involve insertion into anything is gonna be bugs crawling inside, and that's a no. I'm sorry, that's a deal breaker. Plus, Apophis is a douche. He is not a good person. Prince Apophis, like, all of the Tomb Kings obviously tend to be kind of arrogant or like kind of problematic or annoying, but Prince Apophis literally got a little jealous of his family, and instead of, I don't know, doing literally anything else, he brutally murdered his entire family in cold blood just to just to put himself on the throne. Like, even by Tomb King standards, he is literally the devil. He's awful. He is so awful. It would just get you in constant problems. He's not worth dealing with. That is a creature not worth fucking with. Oh no, that's not good. This is bad. Well, great stream, guys. We should probably get out of here. Okay, bye. We should get out of here now. Hello. Hello! Thank you for the raid, Legends of Evantris. No, is it Evantris or Event? Yeah, it is. Oh, it's Legends. You forgot the ass hawk. So we're doing something a little different for today's stream. This is my Husbando Waifu tier list for all Warhammer characters. So, you know, we're making progress. I'm not answering any questions at this time. We're moving on. We've arrived at the Tomb Kings. We're getting there. We're to the Warhammer. We're almost to the Warhammer 3 factions. Listen, anything you see here is not admissible in a court of law or any other such thing, and I will not be answering any questions. Anything you see here is inadmissible, and mind your manners. But I was supposed to do this for Valentine's Day, but things happened. They chose here on purpose, those absolute fucking bastards. Which, by the way, if y'all are not following Legends of Evantris on Twitch and on YouTube, I don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life. The Legends of Evantris guys are absolutely incredible. Some of the most gifted and hilarious role players in the entirety of the streaming sphere.
X500. Hello and good night. Just take it.
In light of this stream, I don't know how I feel about you saying that to me. What exactly am I taking? Chopper, thank you very much for the bits. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. But yeah, Legend of Adventures guys are awesome. They also have been playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, kind of getting used to the system on Mondays. And I always try to make time to pop into those streams and like hang out and stuff and answer questions, and it's been super fun. You do have to be a patron to watch those streams, but I would highly recommend it because there's a whole bunch of other really awesome things you get to see. Please support them. They're super awesome and great, and they also either just released or are about to release a book from their Crooked Moon publications that would be pretty awesome. Anywho, so let's get back into it and totally pretend like nearly 400 completely innocent, simple, pure, wonderful minds are not being subjected to what we're talking about. Archon the Black. So, Archon the Black. We have the most loyal lieutenant of Nagash. So we have one of the most powerful liches of the Warhammer Fantasy universe, and well, no, he is the most powerful lich of the Warhammer Fantasy universe. And he is also a bit of he's an interesting figure because Archon the Black is the literal embodiment of loyalty. But he also is more loyal to Nagash than anything else. So there are he also is one of, if not the most powerful users of death magic in the setting, which is pretty impressive. You know, there's a lot of bragging rights to having a partner like that. He has his own tower, the Black Tower of Archon. He's also really likes the color black. Like, this guy is like the most goth coded dude you will ever meet in your life. If it's black, he wants in on it. He also has a flying chariot, which is pretty awesome. That is pretty fantastic. Like, obviously, the whole Nagash aspect is worrying, but, you know, if Nagash comes back, it's gonna be the end of reality as you know it anyway. So, like, I don't think it's that much to worry about. And as an undead lich resurrected by Nagash, he doesn't have, like, a ton of emotion. But he is very big on, like, fulfilling bargains and making sure that all parties are satisfied and stuff. So I think there would definitely be, like, issues and aspects with it, but I think you could probably have a fairly fulfilling marriage. I think I would put Archon the Black very low on the fulfilling marriage A tier, essentially. Because I think there are a lot of positive aspects he would bring to it, and unlike the Tomb Kings, he's not actually a Tomb King. Archon the Black isn't noble blood. He has a much more grounded view of the world, even though it's a little fucked up, and he is trying to bring about the resurrection of Nagash. You could be on Team Nagash, in which case Archon's gonna be your super big bro. Plus, like, Archon just knows a lot of really cool, interesting things, so he'd be fun to have discussions with. Hi, Queen Khalida. Not even a fucking question, ride or die material. Khalida shoots right up to the top. So Queen Khalida, the Queen of Liberis, the Serpent Queen, she is the most favored of Asaph, who is the Nehekaran goddess of beauty, asps, vengeance, and magic. And Queen Khalida benefits from that highly, where Queen Khalida is not only incredibly intelligent, a very gifted orator and discussionist and tactician and warrior. Like, she is big time muscle mommy energy, but she also has literal venom for blood, which is just fucking cool. And when she slumbers, because most Tomb Kings do not stay awake at all times, all of them except for one, even though the old world might be changing that, but all of the Tomb Kings except for Setzer the Imperishable are expected to sleep in their crypts for periods of time before they wake up and resume activities, because they kind of rotate out who's in charge. And when Queen Khalida wakes up, her body is completely restored for a time, because she's has Asaph as a patron. So when she wakes up, she has all of her skin, muscle, and fat back, and she is like full, like, god tier muscle mommy Nehekaran goddess. And she is gorgeous. And you would, like, even when she's in her most decayed mummy state, because the longer she's awake, the more her body turns into its true form of being a decayed mummy, a desiccated. So sorry, decay's not actually the right word. Desiccated is the right word, because Tomb Kings don't traditionally rot because of the way their bodies were prepared after death. But she would take very good care of you. She would take extremely good care of you. Katep. So Katep's a big fucking nerd. Katep is the Grand Hierophant of the Mortuary Cult. He's actually exiled from much of Nehekhara. Notably, he's exiled from the Kingdom of Khemri. And it's not really clear if he's exiled from all of Nehekhara or just Khemri. I think it's honestly just Khemri. But Katep is he's a big dork. His goal is to run around learning as much as possible about the secrets of life and death, because he's trying to discover the method of true resurrection. How to give the Tomb Kings what the Mortuary Cult promised them, which is perfect, golden, immortal bodies. And he's trying to figure that out. Katep, fun fact, is not actually undead. Katep is alive. He's very, very shriveled and dry and hunched over because he has the really shitty form of immortality, where he lives forever. He cannot die through most means. If you stab him, he'll die. But outside of being like killed, he cannot die. But he does not have eternal youth. So he's as old as he looks, and he's like 6,000 years old in a desert environment. So, he's looking a little rough. That being said, you would get to go on some pretty fun journeys with him, but ultimately he's married to his work more than anything else. So I think there would have to be like some boundaries and caveats established to make sure like it's a healthy situation. But I think we could put him in a couple caveats. So C tier. We'll put him in C tier, Husbando. Nekaf. Oh boy. Nekaf is the bodyguard of Cetra the Imperishable. The Herald Nekaf. He's literally Cetra's hype man. And honest to goodness, because of that, I really think he's one night best stand material. Because the only thing this man cares about, the only thing Nekaf ever wants to fuck is Cetra's ego. That he just wants Cetra to step on him. That's all he wants in life. In immortal life. He just wants Cetra. And you're not Cetra. And how could you be? You could not compare to Cetra the Imperishable. He's utterly married to his work, but in a much more unhealthy way. He's too busy being a hype man. He doesn't have time for a relationship. That being said, maybe you could have a pretty good one-night stand with him. His lung capacity is... he doesn't need to breathe because he's undead. But when he was alive, his lung capacity was said to be second to none because he had to read off all of Cetra's titles, which could literally take more than a day. Cetra the Imperishable. Cetra is actually kind of tricky. Because Cetra is essentially a demigod. Margarita? Is that it? I don't know if it's Margarita or Margarita, but good to see you, by the way. Warhammer visible on physical and ebooks. Yes. Most of the books, if you're willing to look for them, you can find them in physical copies, but a lot of them require you to like do eBay or hunt down like used bookstores and stuff. If you want just easy access to the books, you mostly have to rely on ebooks, unfortunately. So, Cetra the Imperishable, I think if you could prove that... Well, okay. Actually, you know what, though? Cetra literally murdered all of his wives, all of his concubines, and all of his children just to prove to the gods that he's, like, such a badass. And Cetra literally is, like, purely into self-cessed. Like, Cetra is the kind of guy that if you were to have sex with him, he would spend the entire time like just rambling about how lucky you are to be like basking in his eminence and enjoying the unrivaled pleasures of being in his presence, which I'm not gonna lie would be like kind of the worst. Cetra would probably make a pretty shit awful partner in like literally every way. And Cetra would like almost borderline be like a pillow princess. Like, I could almost see Cetra being like, I don't put in effort, you put in the effort, because I am Cetra. I should not have to do anything. So yeah, I'm actually going to put Cetra pretty high up in the never tier. He's not like the absolute worst by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't think it would be a good experience. I don't think it would be a good experience at all. All right, we're done with the Tomb Kings. We are on to the Vampire Coast. RNS Assault Spite. RNS Assault Spite, straight up to ride or die, dude. Ride or die with RNS Assault Spite. RNS Assault Spite was born a Chaos Mutant. She was very specifically a daughter of Manon, so she was essentially a mermaid. And if you want to get super kind of into the weeds, she was the Little Mermaid. So she had like a big tail, but she wanted to live along the world of men after her Norscan father, like banished her. She was born with, scaled arms and webbed fingers and like claws. She has scales and like some spines coming out of like her shoulders, and she had a big mermaid tail. And her father looked at her and went, nope, and threw her ass down into the sea as a sacrifice to one of the gods. Because he didn't want her as a daughter. So, but she was saved by Manon, the god of the sea, who viewed her as one of his children, and she was taken in by a bunch of naiads and mermaids that raised her on an island, far away from the lands of men. But when she got to adulthood, she decided she wanted to explore the world of men, just like Ariel. I want to be where the people are, kind of whole thing. So what did she do? She took a sword and she chopped off her own tail. She chopped off her mermaid tail, and she killed a couple of sawtooth fish with like these big saw blade noses, and she carved off the noses and implanted the noses into the stumps of her, where her legs were, so that she could walk using these prosthetics she created out of a really dangerous predatory fish species that would allow her to walk on land. And she journeyed to the land of men and became one of the most notorious pirates of the high seas in Sartosa. She's one of the pirate queens of Sartosa, and she is notoriously amazing in the sack. Like, that is canonical. If you read the Dreadfleet novel, RNS Assault Spite is known for being like an absolute wildcat in bed, and apparently like one of those, like, it's a good experience, but she is extremely loyal. RNS Assault Spite, if you do right by her, she will do right by you. And honestly, like, A, she's absolutely gorgeous, and she has like an incredible character design, and B, she is she's got a super badass pirate ship, and you'd get to explore the world in fun ways while having the safety of her crew and the ship, and you'd get to live an interesting life in Sartosa. But hell yeah, absolute ride or die, not even a question. S tier. Godzilla 2021, thank you for the super chat. Nakai would always be there when you need him most, at least. Yeah, but like, he'd wander off too much. If I'm gonna have a husbando or a waifu, they need to be with me most of the time. Most of the time. Solostra Dieterfan. So Solostra Dieterfan is a Bretonian opera singer who died at sea because she was too arrogant and stubborn to listen to the captain of the ship when he saw a big storm coming, and said they should avoid it, because if they avoided it, they would be late for her opera performance for the Phoenix King of Ulthuan, which is a pretty unrivaled situation. Yuki Okami, thank you so much for the 21 months. But Solostra is a big woman. She's like well over, I think, like 6'5", and she's like literally the embodiment of "It's Not Over Till the Fat Lady Sings." And after she drowned at sea because she murdered the captain by throwing him overboard and did a mutiny to take control of the crew, she sailed into the storm and they all died. But Stromfels, the god of savagery, the god of sharks and pirates and reavers and the most horrible storms at sea, was so impressed by Solostra's ruthlessness that he resurrected her. He brought her back, as all things that die at sea belong to Stromfels, or at least many things that do. So she was resurrected as essentially an avatar of his, and now her opera singing literally unleashes storms. So I'm going to reveal a thing about myself. I don't really like opera. Not a big opera person. I love musicals. I don't fuck with opera. It's just not a style that I enjoy. And Solostra is a bitch, dude. Like, Solostra, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would not fuck with Solostra Deerfun. She is kind of the worst, I think, in a lot of ways. She's like some of the worst aspects of what a human can have, and was rewarded for being an absolute Karen. Just the worst. Luther Harkin. Luther Harkin, unfortunately, goes into the crazy town with Conrad and Quickhead Taker. Luther Harkin has a lot of really cool aspects of his character, but he's batshit crazy. He is beyond insane. He has multiple personalities that are extremely distinct, and Luther Harkin's personalities, many of them are dangerous, a few of them are not, but a lot of them are deeply uncomfortable to be around. There would be so many problems. Like, he's such a cool badass character that rules an incredible domain, but at the same time, you would never know which Luther you're dealing with, and some of them would probably try to destroy you. Like, if you're really into the movie 50 First Dates, you might find Luther entertaining, but like, even some of his personalities, like one of his personalities is like a child, and there's all sorts of like other weird things going on with him, and he's just extremely dangerous. He's extremely dangerous. Count Noctilus. Count Noctilus, I think I could pretty strongly put up in Fulfilling Marriage. We'll put him just below Thorgrim. Count Noctilus, he's not insane. Count Noctilus is very, very stable as far as vampires go, and he does rule one of the most powerful fleets and one of the most powerful ships ever seen on the high seas of the Warhammer world, being the Dread Fleet. He is immaculate drip. His design is incredible, and he also controls the Maelstrom. He's basically a demigod. A lot of really good aspects to his character. He's super powerful. He has a really cool design. He's got an entire Sylvanian castle with all of the amenities and things you would expect on a cliff, which is on a bunch of destroyed ships, and that's what he rides into battle. Is that absolutely colossal vessel that is so big it beggars belief. Super cool character. Robert Bartholomew. So this is the ghost knight that serves Solostra Deerfun. Honestly, anyone that fucks with Solostra, I don't fuck with them. He may be a ghost Bretonnian knight, which is kind of interesting, but if he's loyal and it has a working relationship with Solostra, that's gonna be a no from me, dog. Boris Boca, ride or die. Boris Boca is absolute. Actually, I want like this. Boris Boca is absolute ride or die material for me. Like, the Radi Boca, the Red Tsar, Boris Ursus, the man is so impressive that he earned the favor of the bear god by wrestling the literal mortal incarnation of the bear god as a giant fucking polar bear using nothing but his bare hands, pun intended. Boris Boca is the fucking goat. He's an absolute goat. He is so fucking cool. Great character. He literally brought about a new golden age, or started a new golden age for Kislev, after they had been struggling for quite some time after the Great War Against Chaos, and he's absolutely fucking cool. Boris Boca is he's just great. He's amazing. Katerin Boca. Yep, she would be. Yeah, I would say ride or die, though she's notably lower on ride or die for me. She's like down there with Mazda Mundi. Katerin Boca, obviously you'd want her to age up a little bit. You'd want her Total War incarnation, not her regular one, because you'd want her to be the appropriate age. So age her up, because she's rather young when she starts off as Tsarina. But if she's like in her like late 20s, early 30s, I would say ride or die. One of the most powerful ice witches of the modern era is believed to be the actual reincarnation of the first Khan Queen, Mishka, and is incredibly powerful. Also, she's beyond gorgeous. Like, she's super fucking gorgeous. She's the Tsarina. Katerin Boca rules over Kislev with a frosty fist and is a very capable leader, a very capable fighter and ice witch. The only thing you have to kind of deal with is the fact that ice witch magic is kind of dangerous. And, you know, there's a meme I could talk about here that has to do with ice cubes and putting them places that I'm not going to bring up, other than that. And if you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. And so, you know, there are those that's there for those. That's not something I think I'd personally be into, but, you know, I can understand the idea of, like, sensation play. She'd be good for that. But I do think that she'd be a good ride or die partner. How old is she in Total War? In Total War, she's around, I think she's around, like, her mid to late 20s. Because they kind of take her at her, like, near the end of the end times situation. Kostaltin. Oh, boy. I love Kostaltin as a character. He's an absolutely incredible character, but he is a very, very conniving, duplicitous, manipulative man. He is extremely dangerous, and he is very motivated by zealotry above everything else. He's extremely wealthy, but hides it, and he is very big into manipulating people. I think ultimately, even though he's one of my favorite characters in Kislev, I would put him in the never category. Move Boris above Lewin, you know it's true? No, it's not. Lewin is more of a paragon than Boris is. Well, actually, I mean, hold on, I have to do some adjustments. There. I think that's better. There we go. Naryeska Lesa. Naryeska Lesa is literally a god tier bodyguard who's an absolute muscle mommy. The lady's like 7 feet tall of just pure muscle and abs, and is incredibly gifted warrior who knows how to defend what she wants, and is very well liked by literally everyone in Kislev. And although she takes her legacy really seriously, and you have to be respectful of that, I think he's absolute ride or die material. Absolute ride or die material. I traditionally like women smaller than me. I'm a pretty big guy, so that's most women. But like, I could make an exception. Mother Ostankia. Not even once. Not even once. Mother Ostankia is super fucking badass, and I would love to sit down and talk to her. But Mother Ostankia is not really even a human. She's more like a horrifying, nightmarish spirit of the deep forest and the land of Kislev itself. Vaguely shambling around in the shape of an old woman. And she's the ultimate hag, but like in the really scary fucking I'm gonna eat your flesh sense. Not in like the sexy Japanese woman that hasn't been married and is only 30 years old, but for some reason we're calling her hag because the Japanese have no concept of what being old means. Apparently. How is Morgar not never? You'll get spawnified? Because you don't know. You might get spawnified. It's not guaranteed. You might get spawnified. Why is my nose so goddamn stuffy today? Excuse me. Ulrika Magdova. S tier. Well, I don't know. Ulrika has some pretty serious trauma, actually. I think I would put Ulrika high up in fulfilling marriage. Like, Ulrika's got some ugly, ugly demons in the closet. I think she would be a good partner overall once you got through a lot of that, but there would be some demons beneath her bed that you might never be able to conquer. So I don't know if I would go full ride or die for her, but I do think she'd be good fulfilling marriage material. Prince Yuri. Prince Yuri I liked more than what he becomes. He's got an actually genuinely interesting character, and he did do his best for his people a lot of the time, but ultimately didn't make the right decisions in the end. But like, if you're talking about Prince Yuri the man, I think he could go pretty reasonable and a couple caveats. The Celestial Dragon. So Xin Yang. I mean, Shen Yang is a shapeshifter, just like the rest of his family. So he could take, though he's more like his kids, which his children are implied to not be able to shapeshift into any human. They can only shapeshift into their human form, which is very specific. But Shen Yang is a very domineering, manipulative person. He's very aggressive. I think for me, he would probably be fairly decently high in a couple of caveats. Like, there would need to be some pretty serious ground rules laid down, but I could see it. I could see it. Miao Ying. Ride or die. She's so fucking gorgeous. Miao Ying has an incredibly gorgeous design. She's a bit of a cold-hearted bitch a lot of the time, but it's not because she's cruel, it's because she values, like, her honor and trying to do right by her father and maintaining his respect more than anything else. Which, you know, so she has pretty big daddy problems, but I could fix her. I could fix her, but, like, goddamn, dude. Like, Miao Ying is, like, damn, dude. Moon Empress, S tier, and higher than her daughter. Sorry, lady. The Moon Empress, I would actually put pretty high up, because the Moon Empress is very empathetic. Plus, the Moon Empress is a true shapeshifter. The Moon Empress can turn into anything. The Moon Empress, is not bound to a single human form. She is bound to an everything form. Because she is actually not a dragon. She is an entity from the Moon Manslib. And she can turn into anything the two of you would want to do. And she's also extremely empathetic and kind-hearted. And I fuck with that. That's great. Satang the Watcher? No. Satang is literally the "isn't there someone you forgot to ask" meme. And it's just Satang, like, for some bizarre reason, watching all of the people of Cathay Pork. Because he has no sense of boundaries. Because he's a fucking giant statue. And no. No. The dude, literally all he is a big narc. Absolutely not. Yuan Bo. I have a lot of respect for Yuan Bo, but Yuan Bo has a interesting relationship with his father. He's kind of a daddy's boy in kind of a bad way. Though I don't think he's, like, irredeemably so. He is the Grand Administrator, but he's also kind of like the ultimate spy master. I would put him somewhere in, like, a couple caveats. Where, like, there would need to be boundaries, discussions had, and all that stuff. But there are certain aspects I could see. Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming is fucking awesome. The only big downside to Zhao Ming is that he's quite literally working with a super radioactive material, essentially, and it's driving him slowly but surely insane. But he's very personable and has a really good relationship with a lot of his people. And he's said to be very warm and affectionate with humans, as opposed to his siblings. He actually values humans. But the Great Maw is starting to whisper in his mind, and making him a little hangry. But I think he would still be ride or die for me. I think I'd put him right above Gashnag. Arbal the Undefeated. Arbal, I think, would, at best, be kind of just a one-night stand. I think he would be very obsessed with his own ego. And that is a man that would, like... This is a guy who would be, like, super-duper worried in every situation where he has to deal with anyone else, because, like, what if a certain position could imply that he's being topped or, like, domed by somebody else? That could theoretically be him being defeated in Korn's Eye or some stupid bullshit. I feel like he would have, like, extreme issues with his masculinity. At best, a one-night stand, because at least he's still vaguely human and, like, can talk to people and stuff, but he's got a really big ego. He's got a massive ego. Scylla Amphringrim. Scylla Amphringrim is a big monkey man who's just angry all the time, but he's literally just pure roid rage muscle. So, like, one time. I could understand one time. Something, what that serpentine tail do, boy, something. One time. Scarbrand. Scarbrand is the only demon I've ever seen in my life that has severe daddy issues. He also is literally just the concept of rage embodied, and he looks cool, but I would have similar issues with him like I do with Tarux and Grimgor Ironhide. I don't think anger is an attractive trait. So he goes down in never. Scar Bloodwrath. You can try some weird shit with Scar, because if he dies, it's not a really big deal. But he's doesn't really have much of a personality left. He's kind of just a desire for slaughter manifest. So I'd probably put him down pretty similar to Silent Infantgrim. Skulltaker. Now, Skulltaker is interesting. Skulltaker is a very thoughtful, careful, clever aspect of Khorne. He's much more sane than most of his other aspects in the forms of demons. I don't think it would necessarily be a great relationship by any means, because once again, he's very married to his work. But there would be maybe some things that could happen there. So I'm going to put him pretty far down in C tier. Actually, I'll probably put him way down in C tier. Valkia. Valkia the Bloody only loves one thing, and it's not you. It's Khorne. That being said, she does take on faithful acolytes, and maybe, you know, you could have more of a Khorne is her ultimate god consort, but, you know, you could be there for, like, worldly pleasure type things, but she is, like, fit. And that woman knows how to handle a spear. Though you have to be careful, because if you flirt with her too hard, she will chop your face or head off and turn it into a shield. She's done it more than once. If you flirt with her and roll a 1 on your charm check. So let's put her down somewhere in a couple of caveats. Let's put her down by, like, Tyrion. Epidemius. Epidemius is a bureaucrat. He is just a pure bureaucrat that only cares for counting in his work. He's a big math guy. I fucking hate math. I don't fuck with it. I was always a history and English person, not a mathematics person, so I'm going with never just never, and he's going pretty far down the list. Also, he's not particularly appealing. I don't really like a guy that's completely covered in maggots. Is our Doombolt? I don't know if... I mean, he's a Chaos Dwarf that's a little bit more entrepreneurial than most. But he's kind of just in it for himself, so I'd probably put him kind of down in the asshole category of one night stand at best case. Festus the Leech Lord. Festus is so fucking tragic. Festus was once one of the most kind-hearted, beloved doctors in all of the Empire, but he made a really bad mistake by basically declaring to Nurgle that he, out of empathy, he wished he knew everything there was to know about every disease in existence so that he could cure all of them. And all of that knowledge flooded into his brain, and it broke him. It utterly shattered him and twisted him into an absolute monster. And he became Dr. Festus. And unfortunately, he also goes down into the never just never category. If it was Dr. Festus before he got Nurglified, he would be ride or die. But unfortunately, after he becomes Nurglified, all he cares about is creating and spreading new diseases. So if you got anywhere near him, all he would do is, like, infect you with something. Gruckmar Threehorn. Gruckmar Threehorn is just a fairly powerful Beastman Shaman that's rather fanatically loyal to Nurgle and believes that everyone should worship Nurgle. I also, too, enjoy worshiping Nurgle, though I think Gruckmar would care a little bit more about it than he would our relationship. So, like, I think I could, like, have a life with him, but, like, it wouldn't be the best, so I'd probably put him down in, like, couple of caveats. Pretty low on a couple of caveats. It's like probably around like Lokir Felhart. Kask the Befouled. Well, Kask the Befouled doesn't have a jaw. He's literally just open throat, which is a choice. He does have a really fucking cool dog though. His fucking rot beast. He's not, like, fanatically loyal to Tarmacon. I actually don't understand why he's Tarmacon only in Total War. He shouldn't be. That's something I need them to change about him, in my opinion. But he's pretty based. He's a pretty good guy. He's got some crazy regeneration, pretty nasty diseases and stuff though. But like, I don't know, like riding on a rot beast might be worth it. So let's put him like pretty far down, kind of in the like the horrifying monsters category of one night stand best case. Just so you can ride on the rot beast. Katzet Findrak. So Katzek Findrak is said to be a Famir that, according to myth and legend, if he fulfills a prophecy, might bring a brighter day for the Famir. And I admire that. I respect his desire to uplift his people from suffering and being a dying off race to being something that's not that, and doing whatever it takes to try and do that. So I think that although he would prioritize it more than me, I could respect that about him. So I think I would put him up in overall good but worrying. So B tier. Kargan the Crazed. Well, Kargan the Crazed is literally just a fucking maniac. So he joins the maniac category and is in Never Just Never. He literally just gets explosive bouts of violence where he just kills everybody around him, and he is incredibly dangerous. No way. That man would literally just wake up from dead sleep and just fucking murder everyone. Kugoth Plague Father. Kugoth Plague Father is a jolly fellow. He is not like he's not got the same relationship that he does in 40k. In 40k, he's more of a big fat depressed boy, but in fantasy, he's much more lively and exciting. And his goal is to develop, the perfect god plague and stuff like that. And he hangs out with lots of nurglings. He's a good father figure. He cares about his nurglings and his kiddos, even when he like weaponizes them and uses them as long-term grenades. Obviously, we'd have to figure out like some of the disease stuff, but like I think running around on his Paladin would be kind of a fun time, and you could have some fun discussions with him. And he's on pretty cool terms with Nurgle, so I think we're gonna slap him down in a couple caveats. Right there. C tier. Mournhowl. Mournhowl is a really sad Skinwolf Werekin. He's a big sad wolf boy whose whole tribe got murdered, and he's really butthurt about it. They all got murdered and eaten by a Jabberslite, so that's kind of a bummer. But he's a big puppy dog, which is kind of cool. So like, yeah, I'd have some worries, but I think I could put him pretty low, pretty low B tier. Tarmakon. Well, Tarmakon isn't actually the ogre. Obviously, he's the maggot inside of the big ogre, and that maggot is pretty fucking disgusting. But the big thing about Tarmakon is unbelievably arrogant. He is literally the most arrogant of all of Nurgle's servants, and is kind of a pill, kind of a massive douchebag, to be honest. That being said, under certain circumstances, if the maggot maybe like possessed like a really interesting body, perhaps you could have a really good time. So I'd probably put him down with like Be'lakor. Echoed Hellbrass. Echoed Hellbrass has a really interesting story. Big regeneration character of Zinch, flowers and life sprouts wherever he goes, marking his path across the world. Wields a super badass two-handed sword called the Windblade, which he can literally throw and guide just using his mind. It's really cool and powerful and stuff. Also has a really interesting history. I think he's a little off, but I think you could have a good time spending time with him, and he would keep you healthy and all that stuff. So let's put him up in B tier. The Blue Scribes. The Blue Scribes, no. They're not really like true thinking entities. They're more like sentient animals almost. Being blue horrors that are gifted a slightly higher intelligence. Their whole job is they just run around collecting spells. And if they ever fulfill their mission, it'll bring about the apocalypse, and they'll also be reabsorbed back into Zinch. They're not really capable of much other than the role they were assigned for, so I don't think they count as like super sentient. So yeah, no, they're pretty bottom of the list. They're almost too animal-like. Egrim von Horseman. I'd fuck with Egrim von Horseman, I'm not gonna lie. I think he's a little too traitorous to be truly ride or die, but I think among the Zinch characters, he would be pretty big up on fulfilling marriage. Because as long as he didn't choose to backstab you, you could have a really good time with him. He's incredibly intelligent. He rides a fucking Chaos Dragon that's immortal, Baldros. And it's like the scary form of immortality, where as far as we know, it cannot be killed. And just getting to ride on a Chaos Dragon would be worth it alone. But he's also like extremely intelligent and is said to be incredibly charming. He's a little bit manipulative, but he's a very skilled wizard. He was the patriarch of the Light College for many years. and duped a lot of people into not realizing that he was a chaos worshiper, though he wasn't really like a chaos worshiper in a traditional sense. He was more like someone that was using chaos to get what he wanted. But he's a pretty cool cat, and yeah. Kairos Fate Weaver. I think Kairos Fate Weaver would be fun and interesting for a single evening. And then him knowing the future and probably also always like answering your questions before you ask them. And also his perfect recollection of the past that's unbiased would mean that he would know every petty fucking thing in the universe. So whenever you're trying to argue with him, you wouldn't even be able to have the reliance of like seeing him go for Google so you know that it's coming. He would just always be right in every argument. And I feel like that would get really fucking annoying really fast. And also knowing everything you're gonna say, yeah, like I'm not about that. I like there to be like a little bit of mystery and intrigue in a relationship, and I don't think Kairos would allow that. Sartorial the Everwatcher. Sartorial's kinda interesting. He would ultimately, if you were in a relationship with Sartorial, he would be trying to manipulate your fate to get you into a prime position that would put him in the best possible position, because that's literally his job, is to watch fate and move it in subtle ways to influence the long con. But like maybe once, but he's kind of a massive douche, so he's down there with Be'lakor and Tarmogon. The Changeling is the ultimate god of one night stand. The Changeling can literally turn into anything you want and adjust it to anything you want and be everything you always wanted, anything you ever wanted. However, he is the ultimate trickster prankster. It would like being with one of those like super dickish YouTube prank channel guys. But yeah, no, absolutely not. But like that one night, it'd be pretty good. Village and Tommen. Nope, I'm not gonna be a throuple with two brothers. No, absolutely not. Especially when one of them looks like a parasitic tumor. No. If it was just Tommen, sure. If it was just Village, no, because Village is a dick. Village is an absolute irredeemable bastard. He is the most petty of the petty. Azazel. I think you could have an interesting time with Azazel. I think it would be overall good but worrying. Obviously it could end really, really badly for you, but if Azazel favored you, he could like showcase you to pleasures unimaginable. But he's not like, he's still being a demon prince. He still has enough of a connection to his humanity that he knows like what humans can't and can't handle. So I'd probably put him fairly low on the overall good but worrying. So B tier. Dakala the Denied. Dakala the Denied, as long as you don't let's say go to third base on her, you'd be okay, because if you go to third base on her, you would turn into a mental mind slave and eventually degenerate down into like a pile of sludge, which would not be a good time. So like as long as you avoided that particular trap, I would probably, I mean, she's got 6 arms and is said to be like able to do impossibly crazy agile dances and is a big snake mommy, and Lamians are pretty cool. So I would probably put her very high up in overall good but worrying. So high B tier. The Mask of Slaanesh. The Mask of Slaanesh is cursed to never stop dancing. That is her biggest thing. Her biggest downside is that she may never stop dancing, but her dances are impossibly amazing to witness. Some of them will bring you to absolute tears of beauty. Some of them will drive you utterly insane. Some of them will make your head explode. Some of them will make you kill the person next to you. Some of them will revert your brain down to that of a child's or an animal's. Some of them will open you up to the greatest secrets of the universe. And she has to travel a lot. But that's a curse. That's not really in many ways her fault. So I think I would actually pity her a lot, but I think she also, some of her dances could be like the most amazing twerking on, you know what, that you ever imagined in this world. So I'd probably put her in a couple caveats. You'd have to figure some things out, but you know, the Mask of Slaanesh, I think you can do it. Nakari, the Arch Tempter. Nakari goes in the asshole tier with Be'lakor, Sartorial, Tarmogon, Be'lakor, and Tretch, and Kemler, and Gorich, and Izar, where he could probably give you a night the likes of which would never be forgotten, because it would be the most insane shit ever imaginable, and he knows all of your deepest, darkest secrets, all of your greatest desires, but he's also completely obsessed with those fucking Blood of Anarian elves, and you would never be his, like, primary focus. So it'd probably be good for, like, one night, and then you get the fuck out of there forever. Sigvald the Magnificent. He joins the douchebag tier. Sigvald the Magnificent, he's gorgeous. He's incredible, he can regenerate. You can do some wild things. But he's incredibly arrogant. He's a massive just douche. And he also has pretty massive mood swings. So get in there, tap it, get the fuck out. Brag the Gutsman. Brag the Gutsman is an ogre executioner-like figure. He figured out how to execute ogres, and because of that, a lot of them don't like him, and he wanders from tribe to tribe. But look at that fucking smile, dude. Look at that award-winning smile. You can tell he lives a very fulfilling life. And he brings home the money. He gets shit done, and he like, you know, he would bring home a good day's work. So, like, I think you could have a very fulfilling marriage and a great time with Brag the Gutsman. He knows what he's about. He's good at his job, and he's not, like, strictly tied up to any particular, like, clans or problems or tribes. So I think he'd be a good hubby. I think he'd be a good hubby. Golgfag Maneater. Unfortunately, Golgfag Maneater is not that kind of Maneater. Golgfag is a bit of a problem. He is never in one place for long and is kind of always on the move. Obviously, he would probably know a lot of exotic tricks from a lot of interesting lands that he's picked up, so I would probably put him somewhere relatively decent in one night stand best case. But I wouldn't stay with him for long term, because you're just always going to be on the move, and he's always getting in trouble with people. Greasus Goldtooth. Greasus Goldtooth would... Greasus Goldtooth. He's willing to get stuff done. I would put him at the absolute bottom of Ride or Die, because he is one of the wealthiest figures in the entirety of the Warhammer Fantasy world, and he gets what he wants, and you're going to be taken care of. You are going to be taken care of. Plus, like, this man is, like, thinking so far ahead of everyone else around him. Greasus Goldtooth was the one who figured out the value of money and having an economy and taught it to all of his fellow ogres. Greasus Goldtooth figured out the science of mobility scooters via Noblar. Greasus Goldtooth is like, he's an ogre that's genuinely very intelligent and is ahead of his time. Is he disgusting? Sure, but you know, sometimes ultimately he is loyal and he rewards people that are good to him and vice versa, and I think that ultimately he'd actually treat you well. Scrag the Slaughterer, not even once. Scrag the Slaughterer only exists to eat and devour, and also doesn't have hands because they got eaten off, and he just has horrifying butcher implements in their place. Although I'm sure he means well, Scrag the Slaughterer is basically the closest thing Warhammer has to a playable hillbilly cannibal that's just completely insane and hears the voice of God in his ears, and it's gonna be a bad time. Astrogoth Ironhand. While Astrogoth Ironhand would be kind of fun to hang around because you could eternally make the "is your body just hard or are you happy to see me" joke, which I'm sure he would get tired of very fast. Overall, like, he's incredibly intelligent. He has a lot of power and position within Zarnagrund, and probably would be able to protect you from a lot of things, but you definitely have to have, like, discussions and, like, iron out a number of things. So I'd probably put him fairly far down on a couple caveats. Drazoa Theashin, or Drazo Theashin. Drazo Theashin is a bit self-obsessed with his legacy and his own personal glory. Even though he's done well with the position he finds himself in, ultimately he is subservient to his own pride. So I think that he wouldn't be the best to be around a lot of the time. So I would probably put him somewhere in, like, one night stand territory. Gorth the Cruel. I mean, Gorth the Cruel is a reasonably well-established guy, but he is known for being, like, extremely sadistic and kind of fucking dangerous, so I'd probably put him down in the never category. Xantan the Black is not much better, but he's at least more subservient to the will of Gorth. And he's kind of just more of, like, kind of a typical Chaos Dwarf asshole, so I'd put him down in one night stand best case. He does have a very cool beard, and his hat is very impressive. Gorda's Backstabber. Hobgoblins, never once. Never once. Never with a hobgoblin. Do not with hobgoblins. They will stab you in the back. It's like as soon as you say the word, like as soon as you even think about back shots. For a hobgoblin, the only definition of backshot is like a curved sword going into yours. That is all that means to them. Dodgy Johan, also known as the Advisor. Honestly, pretty cool guy. Has a lot of really awesome aspects to his character that are really appreciative. However, he's always kind of working at an angle, which makes him a little untrustworthy for my taste. So I think I'd put him in overall worrying, but good. Nagash. If you could convince Nagash that you were genuinely a partner of his, I would have Nagash and Ride or Die. Because Nagash is eternal, and Nagash is all, and Nagash is the end, and what comes beyond the end. And honestly, his design is just so fucking sick. How can you not? How can you not? He may be a douchebag, but god damn it, if he's not my douchebag. And then last but not least, the little guy, the Loremaster, who we all know is the absolute best, and anyone who can have him in their life should be extremely appreciative to have so. I mean, he's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. But no, I'm not actually really into self-cess. There are some, like, if I ever had like a VTuber form that was like a fairly sexy individual, I might entertain the concept of self-cess, but since I'm here in my flesh form, I would say no. So they sadly go down here. And that is the end! Hooray! We made it! We made it to the end of the Warhammer Fantasy Husbando Waifu tier list, which I think ended up fairly diverse. I think we ended up with some pretty interesting, unhinged, bizarre takes, and ended up with a pretty cool list. Hopefully y'all had fun. This was extremely stupid. This was a super dumb fucking idea, but I've seen a lot of streamers do similar things when they're doing like Pokemon and all that other crap. Yeah, I think it was a fun time. Please move Arbol higher on the one night stand list. He will not be defeated. See, that's why he's so far down on the list. That exact thing is what got him put down there. Where is Yin Yin? Yin Yin's not on this, but Yin Yin would be Ride or Die. Yin Yin would be Ride or Die because girl failures are super fucking hot. I don't care what anybody says. I feel like Throg and Muno would be great together. They would either be great together or they would bring out the absolute worst in each other. It's hard to say. But yeah, I don't know if we'll do something again like this in the future. If y'all enjoyed this, please, like hit the like button on the YouTube stream and like leave comments and stuff, because if this stream gets like really positive reception, then hey, we'll do more stupid streams that are kind of like this, more like memeing streams. But like if a lot of people don't really watch it and don't seem to really care, then we won't. All right, my throat is very tired from all of this talking, and not because of any other reason. So I appreciate you all taking the time to hang out with me. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will save this as an image. And I will post it on my Twitter account, and I'll also include a link to this tier list so y'all can make your own tier list. And we'll also post on the Discord as well with the screenshot of my list and the link for it. That way y'all can make your own and compare and have fun with it and stuff. Also, please everyone say thank you to Hawk Oddly, kind of our head moderator, because he made this and it took many hours to throw this shit together. So hopefully y'all enjoyed it, and if you did, please let him know. But anyway, this was a really good time. I had fun. I hope you had fun. This was just a really stupid 5-hour stream. With that, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank you all again for taking the time to come hang out with me. Thanks again to the Legends of Avantris guys for the raid. I really appreciated that, even if I secretly hated it, even though I secretly really enjoyed it. This stream was super fun for me. I had fun with this. I'd love to do this again in the future if people want to watch it. So thank you all very much for being here. We're gonna find somebody to raid and wrap up for the night. Also apologize for starting late. That was not my intent. I feel bad about it. But yeah. All right. View on YouTube. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted actually. I need to go into the control. All right, I'm gonna send y'all on YouTube off to go hang out with Mercy the Mad, who is streaming right now. Who's raided us many times, so it's only fair that we raid him back. And over on Twitch, I'm gonna send y'all. Who's live right now? We raided Hiragi the other day, so let's raid Melizon today. I typed it wrong. There we go. All right, have a lovely evening. Thank you all so much again for joining me. I hope you had a really good time. Once again, I'll post these up soon, and I will talk to you guys then. Have a good night. Please take care of yourselves. The best thing you can do for me is take care of you. So have a lovely night. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.